Ah, ah. My throat. That should go like that. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. It's like a bath bomb. Oh, fuck. Truly out of context. Okay. I'm alive, but I'm choking to death on my own saliva. Ugh. Hello, chat. I'm doing background things. It lingers in the air. Oh, God. That's like a lethal weapon. It shouldn't be legal. It's like a lethal weapon. It shouldn't be legal. Okay. How we doing? And now we are live at all places. According to the energy of the wise Devon, the other dependent on TikTok is that he doesn't want and doesn't see reason to use it because he has met the match of the almighty, all-dreaded Shadowban. So I might have to redouble the efforts on not using the streamed version there, but still making and using it for pulling shit, and then just re-uploading everywhere else. Unfortunate. Still, now I have the vertical. Anywho. Hello, chat. I'm alive with the sound of low welfare. Itchy. It's plain itchy. Itchy, 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 itchy. I'm all moisturized and shit, and I can still feel her nails digging into my chest. Okay, I can breathe. Hi, hello, welcome. I'm Carl. Boy, the news and the talking points have been absolute trash, but let's ease ourselves into it. Let's start with something simple. Let's start with something really simple.
That guy fucking sucks. Sometimes I...
We're in the lead up to the Game Awards. More than likely, we will be digging into it. It's December 12th, I believe. There's a lot of time between here and there, and there's been a lot of shit happening in the background. Actually, something that I did along with one of my mutuals yesterday, and there will be a video made of it. But before we get there, in streamer news, we got some details. No One's Boy Shroud is molding over things like people for 3 minutes having a little mental breakdown in Delta Force.
I wonder how people get by in life, like gaming like shit. I don't care what they did. Go play another fucking game and get better. Jesus Christ. Still, it doesn't matter. For the sake of your own fucking like pride. Like, are you not a prideful person? Do you have no dignity? I'm talking about the people. I'm talking about the people that are. I'm talking about the people that are really bad. Like, not like average or below average. I'm talking about literal dumpsters, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Those people.
Running left.
This is a strange mold session that is brought about by him killing somebody in a game around the corner with Peeker's advantage. He says some really interesting shit. First, let's hear the full thing in context.
To the right a little bit.
Whoa!
That's in the tent.
I died to Shroudy.
Shroudy.
Kinda doubt it was Shroud.
I died to Panias Elvis.
It's actually him.
Oh.
I just died to Shroud.
He's in the corner on me. Not extracting. You peeking me? Peeking me? Level 3 dead? Oh, it was just one guy.
Oh, it's just one dude.
Not a serious skill. It's not even a serious play. Literal just Peeker's advantage. And what he says next will astound you.
That guy's fucking that guy's head exploded. Yeah. That guy fucking sucked. Sometimes I wonder how people get by in life, like gaming like shit.
What do you mean?
By that I mean, like, it's fine to game like shit and you play the games that you know that you can be shit at, but playing like multiplayer games and knowing your shit is fucking crazy.
Caveat. They're playing in a mixed queue of casual players. Carl, don't you usually get upset when people play poorly? Yes, I do. But I play in competitive lobbies. In the ranked playlist. I do not take this behavior to the unranked playlist. It can be nice to shit talk and make fun of people that are really bad, but it's only justified if the person struck first, and you're keeping them serious and on topic and real. What he's saying, what he's doing, is literally killing a guy in a game with a normal standard play, and then literally losing his fucking mind. Let's listen.
What
That
the
must suck.
hell?
It actually blows my mind. And I'm not talking about like average. Average is fine. I'm talking about shit. I'm talking about literal
Like, they literally
trash.
just look like they're not even trying to play.
Yeah,
Like, they're
that
saying, like, no
that
effort
shit
in. I
confuses
understand
the
that.
fuck out of me. I don't understand.
Dude, but what if they just got off work?
Yeah, what if they just got off work, Shrad? What if they just got off work and, you know, they're not warmed up? And they just, you know, they're just struggling to catch up to speed. What then? Are they just shit no matter what? They don't even get to recover? Just ass garbage?
I don't care what they did. Go play another fucking game and get better. Jesus Christ.
What the?
But Shroud, how do they get better at the game that they're currently playing if they're playing a different fucking game that doesn't require the same skills? How does that make sense? Shroud! Shroud, how does that make sense?
Nobody wants to play this shitty ass fucking, you know, shit. shit.
Like, if there's like MMR, you know, you won't ever face those guys after a certain point again.
That's a fair point, Shroud's team member. If you have a MMR standard, you will only have to face those players once, twice, maybe 10 times. Of course, there's a caveat to this, which is the player keeps showing up in the same lobbies because they're playing on Smurf accounts. But, you know, there's a chance that you could be able to do something about it, get something out of it, improve the gameplay standard and quality, and become good enough that you can finally get out of the range of those players. What's your answer to this, Shroud?
Yeah, but like,
Still, it doesn't matter. For the sake of your own fucking like pride, are you not a prideful person? Do you have no dignity?
Most don't. No. And what the fuck does pride have to do with a fucking video game, dude? These are not players that are playing for money. They're playing casually. And even then, world famous streamer Shroud loses his fucking mind and goes on a mold campaign streak like this? Bro.
You just play and you're complete garbage? I don't understand.
If they're playing in the competitive queue, this would be a fair argument. I'd make this argument. But that's not what he's saying. That's not what's currently happening. That's not why he's mad. I wish that was why he was mad. That's not why he's mad.
Yeah.
You guys know what I mean. I'm talking about the people. I'm talking about the people that are. I'm talking about the people that are really bad. Like not like average or below average. I'm talking about literal dumpsters, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Those people. Those people. Those people. I don't understand.
I definitely. People are gonna take this so literally, but I get what you mean.
Yeah.
I get what you mean.
Literal dumpsters. What games do you think they should play? Like
When we
anything
say,
else?
yo, are these guys AI? Like we're talking about those guys.
Yeah, when they don't even they're looking at the fucking stars or something. They're like, yo, look at these volumetric fucking clouds, bro. Like those people. I just don't get it. Like, go play fucking Stardew Valley or something. And
Okay, so if they play games like Spectre Divide, that'll definitely get them better, right? Spectre Divide, your game, which is currently having a not very good time and might be close to dead. Games like that, right, Shroud?
then get better, because you will get better and you will improve in different games.
But the skills don't translate, Shroud. Game, why do you keep giving me back my water? The skills don't translate, Shroud. If I play a multiplayer game that is focused on team combat, and I play in a team combat environment where I can't be able to have the same level of skill, because every single person that I'm playing with is not serious, so every single opportunity we have for a trade kill, for a trade play, goes poorly, because those players aren't really paying attention, and they're not really trying to win, then I can't get better, Shroud. There's an element of this that requires team members, especially for playing multiplayer games that have team environments. We have to have it, because without it, the alternative is actually pathetically useless. You have to have team members in the games like what you're currently playing, because if you don't have team members to spot your six, you automatically lose every single trade. League of Legends is like this. Smite 1 and Smite 2 is like this, even more in Smite 2. So many video games has this as a concept. So what do you want them to do? Because realistically, as a streamer, we would love to have trash cans on our teams. It allows us to drop 30 bombs, 40 bombs, 50 bombs in the lobby against other players. But it doesn't really get you the kind of content you want, if what you're saying is that you want to have the competitive environment be full of players that keep you on your toes. I guess that's legitimate, but I also think that what you just said was fucking crazy, and is exactly the kind of energy that everybody gets labeled with, despite the fact that the majority of people could not fucking care less about a person's scale and level. Now me, I wouldn't give a fuck about a person's scale and level if they don't brag about it. If a person brings me into an environment, and they say, I want to get better, and then when I show them what to do to get better, they say, nah, that's too hard, I can't do all that. If they invite me into a situation where they're saying, hey, we're doing bragging rights, and then in the middle of that bragging rights, they get mad about the basic callouts that are done to get me those bragging rights, yeah, I'm not gonna hold back. I'm gonna call you on your shit. We experienced that recently, and we heard the literal difference of what that sounds like. When a person wants to talk about bragging rights, but the moment they don't get to speak and act the way that they want with their own security, how quickly they lock the fuck up, and suddenly everybody wants to speak for everybody else. Y'all can't handle that. That's not the world you want to live in. The world where I make the content that I make is a world where people feel unsafe and insecure. But does that mean that every game needs to be that? Absolutely not. There's no competitive lobby of unloved. But there is a base level requirement that, hey, we're playing at the unearthly difficulty. We had to grind our rank 2 and rank 3 trinkets to get here. We have to play for abyss chests, and just because a person is level 200 plus doesn't mean we can't lose this lobby because you decided to play fucking sloppy, and all of a sudden a corrupt wish comes around the corner, and now we're getting double rotten. Just because you play Stardew Valley and you understand how to speedrun does not mean you understand how to be able to convert a 2-man pill building in PlanetSide 2. If there are people who are still playing PlanetSide 2. Because even I stopped playing PlanetSide 2. And that was mostly just out of changing the perspective, and also, I did not like the environment. Old game with an even older audience group. But it feels more like a milsim because of the behaviors of certain people. Doesn't mean that I can't play it. It just means it's not for me permanently. Ultimately. Tons of games and tons of arguments like this. When we went out for Kasag's birthday, the original waitress that we had, or excuse me, server that we had, because she had to go home to a personal medical emergency. That first server, she played Valorant, and apparently was friends with a not small, mid-level Andy-sized streamer that does Minecraft. Him being able to find ways to make content for Minecraft doesn't mean that he's finna like League of Legends, or MOBAs in general. And all of those MOBA content creators from Smite alone that have jumped to Deadlocked and are just churning out content that nobody can watch because the game's not fucking live in public. People making videos saying, where are the games? Where are the players? When the game still isn't open to the public. And I'm gonna double check that right now. No, it's still not open. It's still not open. It's still only player invite. How do you want them to get better at these games that you're telling them they should not be playing? This is unironically a delusional streamer opinion that can only come from a person who has gotten so out of touch because he's so used to farming lobbies against players that are either middlingly bad or just were surprised by the play. Hello. Anyways, moving on. Go ahead and finish your rant.
I'm trying to gatekeep multiplayer games.
Wrong way.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I'm trying to gatekeep multiplayer games. That's all.
Okay.
No,
yeah.
I
You just
can
want them to be like
understand that.
valued. You just want them to be.
I want them to be a valued member, a valued member of the competitive like society. You know how like we as human beings, like at least most of us probably do, like agree to be like good human beings, not shit fucking people. Like that same thing should apply in video games, multiplayer competitive games.
There's an element of this statement that is batshit insane, and it's the first sentence that he just said. I'm gonna pull out the not batshit insane version of what he just said. Just like I can go into a lobby of League, and I can try to carry dogshit players on my spine, knowing that they're going to be ass cancer, and try to do my best to get them across the line and win their matches for them. I have to approach the game, as most of us do, with a Mike Menzer method. Finally committed his name to memory. And the Mike Menzer method of weightlifting was that you go in like a well-understood, well-learned, conscientious bodybuilder. You do enough effort to stimulate the physiological response for growth, and then you take your ass home and you rest, so that the body can now complete the process that you have initiated with your till failure gameplay. Doing the amount of sets necessary to grow your pectorials is the same thing as doing the necessary amount of hours of games, or if you want to expand this to the Devin Nash position, multiple videos of content, 200 to 250 videos of content, to be able to truly understand what kind of content is expected from your channel, or is expected from the effort of your mind. That is not an unreasonable thing to say. However, I'm gatekeeping video games, I'm gatekeeping multiplayer games, I don't want these shitters in my lobby, is a bit batshit. And the reason it's a bit batshit is that us as content creators, us as streamers, us as any person who plays a competitive video game, we want players to get better collectively. And we want them to get better collectively by learning over time. You can't learn how to get better at this particular game by playing another. Playing a bunch of Hunt the Showdown is not going to make you better at Borderlands 2 or Borderlands 3. Playing a bunch of ARPGs is not going to make you capable of playing Twitch shooters. And they're certainly not going to make you capable of playing those Twitch shooters inside of a meta that is extremely stale, like that of the finals, which is what made most people quit if it wasn't for the toxic players on top of it being dogshit and actively trying to ruin video games because they don't know how to play with their teams, or they are going out of their way to be a nuisance to get attention by throwing a fucking tantrum on somebody's live stream, or on your live stream, and then insisting that they can call you slurs while still being a member of the competitive discords, and thinking that there isn't a consequence for those actions. There is an element to all of that. There is an element to each and every single part of what he said, but all of that together in the way that he said it, only money can do this. Only money can do this.
It sounds worse the more I talk about it,
Yeah,
but you know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Like,
I know
it
what
makes
you mean,
sense.
though. Yeah. It sounds bad, but it's not. It's just the way you're saying it is bad.
Authority guard is coming. Hold your ground at all costs.
All right, get ready to hold this, guys.
Okay.
Whoops.
Like how can you playing a shooter and looking down at the fucking ground when he walks? You know?
Fuck our teammate.
Fuck the other guy. The grape guy was cool.
And he still carried the guy. That just be how it is sometimes. But, you see, he says this, and then meanwhile, this is the state of his game, Spectre Divide.
Hello, soldiers. Today we have an interesting episode to talk about. Shroud's new game that launched just a month ago and could very well be on the verge of shutting down. It was recently reported that 13 staff members at Mountaintop Studios, the developers behind Spectre Divide, were laid off, and nobody seems to be discussing this, not even the bigger content creators like Mr. Shroud himself. Now, to clarify, I'm not saying that it's official for those wondering, and no developers from Mountaintop Studios have confirmed that the game is shutting down. However, I have every reason to believe that it could be heading in that direction, and there are several factors that support this. Some content creators were sponsored to play the beta of Spectre Divide, but none of them played the game during its launch period, except for Shroud. The developers had stated that they were self-publishing the game, and as an indie team consisting of 70 staff members, they knew it would be difficult to reach a larger audience. But that to me sounds more like an excuse, because how do you fire 13 of your staff members just 1 month after launch? I mean, surely you had to plan this out, right? Well, here's the thing. They likely overestimated the revenue and the player count they were expecting, and they probably thought that having Shroud and other sponsored content creators would be enough to boost the game.
And here's my question with that. Why the fuck would you think that? There's an argument that this is this situation with Deadlocked. But at least Deadlocked, with all those content creators that I just mentioned, there is a world where you can say, hey, maybe it does work out, maybe it doesn't work out. We can't really know because it's not open to the public yet, and they're still playtesting things. Because they asked for competitive players to play their competitive, basically Overwatch game. I don't think that's unfair. Might suck that I'm not in that number, but I don't think that's unfair. However, why the fuck would people go play your game just because it has name recognition of Shroud? Most players can't get into the lobbies that Shroud is in, and that's assuming that they're playing with players that are on their level, and that they're not being boosted there through farming bad players that are just in big lobbies that they can't control. So for all of your Apex Legends and your Fortnites, you're playing against players of actual average level, and you're not pulling a ninja. Which, I'm so sorry, you're pulling a ninja in these lobbies. I'm sorry. That's what's happening here. Like, you're not competing against players that are assigned to teams. You're not playing against SK Telecom. You're not playing against Suhi. You're not playing against Jenkins. Why are you shitting on this random fucking guy for over 3 minutes on your live stream? As though that's anything close to the average reality. What do you want him to do? Are you going to DM him after the game and explain, hey bro, you're just playing absolute trash? Because I don't think that's what you're willing to do in these situations. Because that's the only caveat, you see. There's similarities there. And that's the only similarity that can matter. You're going to call them aside, and you're going to tell them what they did, how they did it wrong, and what they can do to improve. If you don't do that, then what's the fucking point of even talking to them? You want them to get better, you have to actually tell them why they're playing poorly. You don't tell them why they're playing poorly, and you're just shitting on them because you don't like them, then you're just being an elitist. This is not new news for streamers, but it is fucking annoying to see. Because these are the people that get me and other people like him labeled as things that we're not. Because it's really easy. Because it sounds like it's the same thing. You could spin a narrative poetic about gamer difficulty. We can go back to just cudgels. And you can make that argument about what I said at the time. Except that when you actually listen to what I said, that's not what I said. So, when Christopher tried that, when Shark03 tried that, it's obviously fucking brain melt. Done by somebody who's trying to clip chimp. Because then when you go to people like 169, and you look back at examples of them getting into games that they're not frequent in, it's really easy. It's really easy. Because it's not said out of seriousness. If he's not trolling, that's horrible. Ultimately, it requires just some level of fucking reality. And it's so great that his team member was like, whoa, but what if they're just casual? And he's like, no, fuck them. Get them out of my game. I don't want them here. Well, Shroud, I don't think they can play any games that you happen to be a co-owner in or a sponsor in. Because, like, they can't even get into the lobbies, bro. It doesn't even look like it's good to consume. So, I don't know. I guess that's the beat. Elite FPS streamer shitting on a guy who got back from a 10-hour shift. More or less, Exo Crusher.
The reality is that even Shroud isn't playing Spectre Divide anymore. For the past few weeks, I've seen him play Deadlock and other games far more than Spectre Divide.
So, a game that also doesn't have open availability to the public, thus getting people hyped about a product that they can't buy. Are you pondering what I'm pondering, chat? I hope you're pondering what I'm pondering.
If you look at the Steam charts today, where the game is only available to play, well, it's not even been a month and it's struggling to hold 5,000 players. Do you honestly
That's sad.
think that a free-to-play game with overpriced microtransactions can be sustainable with a player count of just 5,000? I mean, you didn't release the game on any other platforms besides Steam, and you could have gathered way more players if you decided to release it to PlayStation and Xbox consoles. So why is this happening? Is it just poor preparation from developers, or is the game simply not good enough? I believe it's a combination of both. The first issue is that Spectre Divide had a poor release with bugs, glitches, and optimization issues that still exist till this day.
Some of the #1 problems that most people complain about, that even streamers complain about, and the streamer who's hosting a game that's made for skill, with the opinion of fuck the other people who are bad, get out of my game, can't be able to fix that day one? To shits, you say?
On top of that, it's missing essential features like a battle pass, match history, and a replay system.
The replay system matters more, the match history matters more. A battle pass is not important. If you want to make money off of the game, monetizing it in some fashion may be important, and I guess in Shroud's case you should do that, but Season 1, you shouldn't have a battle pass. You should not have a battle pass in Season 1. I even argue and push for even Season 2. Because you're monetizing an early experience that has to be consumed and then propagated long enough for more people to get behind it. And if you cannot be able to monetize it in this capacity and make it better, you're ultimately making a game that's not going to survive. Because what makes me want to play your game over any other game? What gets me to stop playing Once Human right now in the background? What makes me stop playing Once Human right now and go download and log Spectre Divide? I can't think of a single thing that would pull me. Because even if I was to play it individually and solo by myself, like for, you know, pride, ego, and acclaim, why would I want to do that? Every single time I have tried to stick and dip my toe into that field, it has been nothing but the worst people with the worst ego, the worst mindsets, and the worst play. And then, when they're being forced to deal with the fact that they have that level of play, they can't take the accountability that comes from a real competitive player. Every single time. Without fucking fail. Without fucking fail. And for the types of people who get involved in these kinds of games, they're the kind of people that will be braggadocious over fucking OSRS. So what exactly is the goal of what we're going for? What's the outcome? What do you want to happen? Because I know what I'd like to have happen, and we'll get into an example of that right after this. But there's no world you can have me go on a 3-minute fucking tirade. And it's not even that I died, it's that I killed somebody else. Like, I could probably complain, but a 3-minute diatribe over the consumption patterns of worse players because I got Peeker's advantage on another guy around the corner? Off of nothing? The guy didn't even talk to me? They doesn't even have multiplayer like combat with open mic proximity chat? This man would not survive in a Call of Duty lobby. He would not survive in a Modern Warfare 2 Call of Duty lobby. Hello, Ronald Reagan. Another member of the Long Boys! Yes, sir. Enjoy your stay. I get nappy in here. Like, there's a certain level of reality, and there's a certain level of expectation that I always say you have to fucking have with situations like this, and Shroud does not fucking have it. I don't care what caused him to not have it, he doesn't have it. If he ever did have it. Because that's unironically first world streamer opinions. It's literally first world problems. Because at least you could say maybe he's upset about that because he knows that if the content is too poor and if he's winning too easy, then it makes the games boring and thus brings down his viewer rates. But that's not even where he said it from. He said, I want to gatekeep the games because these people are too shit to play my game. And then your game doesn't even have the appeal to bring people in. Probably because you're trying to gatekeep it to the biggest of the big. And it can't get bigger because who the fuck wants to play it? It's not fun getting shit on by better players. Or, rather, when you don't know what you're doing, it's not fun getting shit on by people and you don't even know the controls of the game. So if you take a copy of a game that already exists and you try to mine it down to its lowest common denominator, and you factorialize that lowest common denominator down to the streamers that, quote, are good enough to enjoy your product, the only thing that can happen next is that you have to pay for a big event to make your game viral. And I don't see Spectre Divide happening at EVO. It's literally Sony owned, and I don't see it happening at EVO.
Not having these features available even now, along with ongoing performance and connection issues, just leaves players with a bad first impression. I can never excuse a game company for failing to deliver a proper product, no matter how common it's become in the gaming industry these days. Then,
True.
you have these insanely overpriced skins and bundles for characters and weapons that don't even look half as good as the skins in Valorant. The characters or classes in Spectre Divide are incredibly boring and generic, and a lot of people seem to agree that the art style just isn't appealing enough. I mean, think about it. If you don't have visually appealing characters or weapons to begin with,
The sheer fact of the matter with the art opinion, the video creator is going to have a big amount of words. I did not pre-watch this, by the way. He's going to use a big amount of words to describe the problem. I can tell you what the problem is looking from the frame right now. And as I kill this man, I will then open the window up further so we can look at it directly together, chat. The sheer fucking problem is when you look at this, what does this remind you of? I could tell you what it reminds me of. It looks like I'm looking at the same color engine in Dustborn. Shroud's game looks worse than Dustborn. How do you do that? How did you give the win to the Canuckistanians? How did you do that, Shroud? Shroud, buddy boy. Bro. Bro. That's not okay. That's not okay. Disgraceful. Disgraceful. You've got colors that are mishmashed, too fucking bright all over the place. Your guns look horrible.
then why the fuck would anybody want to buy skins for them? I strongly believe that if you're trying to monetize your game enough. I mean, think about it. If you don't have visually appealing characters or weapons to begin with, then why the fuck would anybody want to buy skins for them? I strongly believe that if you're trying to monetize...
Look at that fucking gun. Look at that environment and look at that gun. Does that look appealing to you, chat? Does that look like a product that you want to pay your money for? Does that look like a game you want to buy boxes and skins for? How? How can this be? How can this be? How can this be?
Monetize your game by charging more for skins than your competitors, while offering less appealing characters. Well then, surprise surprise, you're not going to make any money. And how about not copy and paste elements from your competitors and make something unique and innovative instead? The reason why—
True, but a kill feed cam is not really a thing that I'd look at and say, damn, that's such an innovative thing. What I would care more about is what's going to be coming up with Strinova, because I told you guys about that stream before last. Strinova having its 2D, 3D competition, where you can go a link between two worlds and go 2D flat, scale the environment, and then pop out 3D with your ults and abilities. That's more interesting. That's just flat out more interesting. It feels more interesting. It shows immediate appeal and personality. I aimed too high. Just stealing my knives, huh? Like, it just shows an element and a level of deeper intrigue that we're just not getting on any other fucking level to appeal with. And because of that, it's just blah. It's just pure blah.
Why people kept saying that this game looks like Valorant is because it does look like Valorant. The text font, description labels, map layouts and objects, all of it looked incredibly similar to Valorant. I don't see how they thought—
That's not really a take that's deserving of, like, criticism. There are things that people are going to take from different games to take for inspiration. If taking inspiration from Valorant gives Spectre Divide the ability to make something that's worthwhile, then by all means, take from the competitors. But at the same time, the problem is that the things that it chooses to do uniquely, it does not do unique enough. This is how you can be able to get something that then allows you to play multiple games, but those games not truly being that different on a particular level. Having multiple games that are a certain way and feel a certain way allows you to be able to say, hey, I don't like most AAA fanfare, but I'm willing to play Elden Ring. Hey, I don't play most indie games, but I'm willing to play the fuck out of Balatro. Because the appeal factor is what pulls you in. If a porn game, and by that I mean Hades 1 and Hades 2. If a porn game that happens to have feature elements of a visual novel, but still has a roguelike run system, can get people engaged enough with the loop that they play hundreds of hours of it, to the point where they play thousands of hours of it, then be blessed, beloved. You have fun with your porn game. At the very least, you are engaged with the product. Having something on this level that doesn't even look appealing to the people who are enjoying it, is preposterous.
Thought they could get away with that and not expect it to be a big deal. Well, let me tell you, it is a big deal. It leaves a bad taste and creates a poor first impression. Just because a video game succeeds by doing one thing very good doesn't mean that others following the same path will see the same success. That is simply not true. And I suppose the gameplay itself wasn't necessarily bad. I will say that the gunplay and mechanics were decent and interesting enough to create some fun gameplay moments, but not mind-blowing to people that are already aware of this genre. And having the duality feature as Spectre Divide's main selling point wasn't enough to make the game stand out when everything else was just mediocre. This duality feature alone wasn't going to pull players away from Valorant or Counter-Strike, especially when it feels more like a gimmick rather than an ability that truly belonged in the universe of Spectre Divide. I can see their attempt to make the duality feature sound more compelling, but when everything else in the game either falls flat or fails to stand out against its competitors, well then it's not going to be enough to carry this game. I mentioned some of these things in my previous video about why I thought Spirited Divide was failing, and it turns out I was pretty much right about everything. I never want any game to fail, but I don't like how we continue to make excuses for poor products that don't try to elevate or innovate on the genre, especially when you shamelessly copy and paste so many elements from other video games. Will Spirited Divide eventually shut down? Yeah, that is my prediction. Maybe not now, but in the upcoming weeks or months. Because there's no way this game will be able to sustain whatever player base it currently has. I feel like I have to say this all the time, but again, I don't have anything against Shroud or this game. I just think it really leaves a poor taste in my mouth with these practices. And hear me out, soldiers, I would never give you any bullshit. I'm not gonna sit here and lie to my viewers and be a fanboy over a game just because I happen to watch Shroud on Twitch. That to me is ridiculous.
Realistically, if you want to be fucking serious, the reason the game is going to die is because it's a game that is made for the Twitch audience. Oh my god, Shroud's kingmaker of the fucking FPS genre. Oh my god, I got killed in Shroud's lobby. But does that really mean anything? No, it doesn't. Playing on Twitch and playing a game made by a streamer on Twitch, his quote game, didn't really make shit better for Tyler Blevins, did it? And how many games beforehand did Tyler Blevins, before he finally made his bones as Fortnite Ninja, did it take for him to be able to kick off with it? And how early on in the adoption process did he have to start? That's what's going to make the game die. Shroud doesn't even play the game that he made to try and shit on Call of Duty shitters that are swapping so they can try to be in an environment near him. It's dying in the fucking water. He can't sustain it because he can't even draw interest to it. It's just another of the games in the fanfare. And because it's just another fucking game with no deeper qualities that encourage you to play it, why would you play it? It's free to play too, so I don't even need to have the bragging rights to say I'm playing a game that's on the cutting edge. I'm just playing the newest fucking Goyslop. Come on. Come on. We're all tired of it. Hell, the topic of today, well, main focus topic of today's stream is going to be full of nothing but shit like that. And the next thing I'm going to show you is going to have a clear example of what this looks like in real motion. At some point in time, you have to be capable of just saying, come on, enough. Now, of course, in Shroud's case, no one's ever really told him no. Big streamer figure Andy numbers allow him to be able to think that, haha, these guys, what? They don't play video games for a living? They don't have 24/7 to be able to grind in the lobbies to be able to get to my level of gameplay? You're banished to the Minecraft mines with you. And don't ever come out after 80 plus hours until you think you can be able to hit a drop shot. Even guys that were trying out to be a member of FaZe didn't have to go through shit like this. And that's the opinion he has for all multiplayer video games. And then that becomes the straw man that attacks people like me that just want you to engage in the process. I could give a fuck less if you're dog shit. But don't be dog shit and go to the ranked lobby and then try to talk shit to other people. By all means, play for fun. But if you're playing for fun, play for fun. And if you decided you wanted to play for keeps and for ego and for bragging rights, don't get mad when the person who's trying to have sincerity and nicety with you starts putting his foot in your ass. And when you're playing that dog shit in those ranked lobbies, and those players that you're facing are giving you the chance to learn how to play better, how you're getting exploited, you are of the opinion that, oh my god, the only reason why I'm losing is because it's a streamer luck, streamer privilege. Then when the numbers get broken down to you, even on the basis of, come on, the reason why I killed you like this is that I caught you peeking, bro. Come on, look at this. Look at the replay. How is this acceptable? This is okay to you? This is normal gameplay to you? Be for fucking real. Just be for fucking real. That's all I want. Be for fucking real.
Anyway, soldiers, you can hate or dislike the video all you want, but that's about it. I am out.
And now, some shit that happened off camera the other day. Let's get into it. Okay, how can I set the stage for you? I want you all to consider where I was. There I was, on Twitter, scrolling down the timeline, and just enjoying my time reading threads and looking at pics and takes. When suddenly, randomly, out of the distance, from a shroud of nothing, comes a fucking horrible take about the Game Awards. Here's this take now. In 5 seconds. 5 seconds might be a little bit longer. It starts like most people's takes do. Somebody being fucking delusional. We were on a Justin Wang tweet. For the people mad about Malatro's nomination, it's the Game Awards, not the Interactive Movie Awards. Game Awards, the nominees for the Game of the Year on December 12th. In this list, there are 6 games. Those games are Astro Boy, Extra Bot, Balatro, Black Myth Wukong, Elden Ring Shadows of the Erdtree, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and Metaphor ReFantazino, which basically can be described as Persona and SMT remixed for a new environment. In the infinite wisdom of these takes, there were people saying, crazily enough, Balatro does not deserve to be on the list for Game of the Year. Now, in my opinion, I will go back over this list simply so that we can be able to talk about them. But, of all the lists that exist for the nominees, one caveat that you need to keep in mind, and we'll get into it when we get there, but one caveat to keep in mind is that the weighting for votes is 90% tilted in favor of the Academy. And the Academy that is voting on the Game Awards is full of fucking journos. It's full of Access Media journos. I'm being stabbed. It's full of Access Media journos that have little to no reason to platform games of variety and quality, and only want to platform the games that they literally need to win so they can pad pedigree and get people to buy them, believing that they are good. Now, that being said, there's a simple take here. And the simple take that everybody's had, I've had it, Justin Wang has had it, Mutual Wolfman Jack, his name I cannot be able to repeat on camera, but let's call him first name Tyrant, and even Sophia Norwitz have had the same opinion. And that opinion is that it's very rare to see a indie game be able to not only break through fields of content and break through fields of involvement, but actively become a game that stands a real nominational chance, not just a meme audience joke where everybody's voting it in because haha, this is garbage, this is horrible, ha ha ha. That they can actually have a real serious competitor that stands as the spirit and the soul of what other people have collectively come to know is just true. Of that, Balatro is just a great fucking game. Period. I cannot speak on Metaphor. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is not Game of the Year. I don't care who the fuck you are. You are fucking smoking! And Black Myth Wukong's debatable. Astro Bot is an easy shoo-in because it's a newest mascot platformer that brought a lot of new energy. And Elden Ring itself, if we want to speak on the factor that they're nominating DLCs for awards, is at least a concept that has been able to actually get across the margin. It actually does deserve to be on that list, but it should have been on that list as Elden Ring, not Elden Ring Shadows of the Erdtree as DLC. Because the precedent that we start setting by allowing them to put battle passes and DLCs and remasters and remakes on the list is that the justification for bringing these games in is to fuck them up with localization and then say that the new version is better when the old version was already more than good enough, that it was good enough to get a remaster. It was good enough to be remade for a modern audience. But it brings with it the baggage that comes with the, ew, old games. I will not be held to the mercy of a take from fucking Video Game Donkey being repackaged in the skin of Andy Garcia. I will not hear from Kinda Funny, or from IGN, or from fucking Polygon, Destructoid, Rock Paper Shotgun. I will not hear the dog shit Game Journal opinion repackaged in a new blood, because for some reason, when somebody does the CinemaSin sin of taking a take and confronting a joke with criticism, somehow makes it across the margin because enough people eat the fucking slop to believe it's good. And I will not hold myself to be victimized by that opinion. I will not. Because that's actually fucking delusion. That's actually insane. It's the death of quality. And any person who argues for it clearly is a fucking simp. Make a new category. If nothing else. You want to put the DLC up there? You want to put a remaster and remake up there? Make a new category. Do not try to put it in a category for something and then say it's Game of the Year when Game of the Year was released 4 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago, 3 months ago. Because for some of these games, they haven't been up long enough to be Game of the Year. Because in my opinion, looking at this list, considering that it does have a nomination in the show, but ultimately it is not on the final list, where the fuck is Baldur's Gate 3 on this list? Baldur's Gate 3 should be in the position of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Why is it not there? Game, journo, shit. Culture, war, shit. And that is unforgivable. But back to the bullshit. So, they come up with that take. Justin Wang takes his take. And my mutual, again, name referred to that I can't say on screen, simply just being Tyrant, says, Balatro is one of those rare indie games that excels at mechanical perfection. Only other big examples that I've touched being Slay the Spire and FTL and Into the Reach. Frankly, a game like that deserves recognition for being what it is, a really good fucking game to play. I want you to pay attention to this person, Hazel Azarius. Indie games have a better hit-miss ratio than AAA games and have for 5 years now. Stop acting like this is a novelty so we can actually hold AAA studios to account for their dog shit practices. This take right here, this is the reason why we can't have nice things. This take right here is why this fucking idiot's getting made into a video coming out this week. This guy right here is everything that's wrong with Game Awards show watching. They don't like indie games. They hate the AAA. They hate the AAA so much that when pressed, and trust me, we're gonna go over it, this person could not explain what he likes about those AAA games that he plays a lot of. How ridiculous is it? Place your bets, chat. I can promise you, the final answer will shock and amaze you. This is one of 2 threads that this person chooses to participate in. I'm going to show you the first one, which is the one that I looked at. That then, while doing this, I was playing Balatro while breaking down to this person, because they are incredibly fucking thick. They're incredibly fucking thick. Watch this shit. What the fuck are you talking about? Did you wander into this conversation from an insane asylum? Calling it one of those rare indie games with great execution after we had almost a decade of indie game bangers come out numerous of times is just weird, man. I don't know. The vast majority of indie games are Newgrounds slop that you will never hear about. Stop being so fucking defensive while I'm actively praising multiple indie games at once. It makes you look like you belong in a pharmaceutical advertisement. There's a wider gap between the Newgrounds slop and the indie games with a small publisher that still managed to be popular and well known even for surprising people by not being dog shit. Yacht Club had this figured out in 2012. For the majority of games that are not being pushed by bigger publisher Devolver Digital, they usually only get heard of by a small audience or seen on a sales bundle before being written off as, unfortunately, say it with me now, geek I got soy goy shit. Because goy slop used to mean actual AAA drivel and trash. It did not mean game I don't like because it was made by an advisement company, or it had an advisement company on the board, or it was created by committee by that group. Can those games be trash? Absolutely they can be. But for every 100 of those, there are at least 10 gems that nobody ever hears about. Because they don't talk about the gems. They talk about the Goyslop and they spend all their time saying how you shouldn't play the Goyslop. It's Goyslop. Oh, you shouldn't play that game. That game was made by bad people. How do I know? Because I played that game and that game was horrible. Yes, I played it for 10,000 hours, but it's really bad, bro. It's really bad. If you check on the new releases in Steam, you know, I know, we all know, you'll find a tidal wave of the games that you keep not talking about in favor of the indie equivalent of AAA releases because you just, for some godforsaken reason, need to dick ride to live. And what exactly am I dick riding here, baby girl? Apart from your dad. Two failed smug... I can't say that on air. Rolls in a row, that's a banishment. Go find some verbal competence and try again later. Here, inside the thread, there's 2 responses, because he responded to 2 threads that Wolfman was a part of. The first one, I just read. The second one, oh dip, we're calling Twitter threads conversations now? That's cool, so why are you upset? Big feelings to hate, Budro. Verbal competence, my god! Going and finding the other one. 1 second. What do you mean you don't like a slow walking trailing mission that leads to a fetch quest followed by a trailing mission with 2-second door opening animations and a story written by somebody who follows Grums on Twitter? What are you talking? What are you mad about here? Nothing? Story made by someone who follows Grums on Twitter. Leftists love talking about things as though they don't exist as if they did. I don't think this is leftist take. In fact, I'm having a hard time pinning down exactly what this guy believes in and what even the theoretical game being discussed here is. There was no game being discussed other than him complaining about a particular mission in another game that he couldn't even name at the time he was pressed on this question. What games do you have in mind? Ubisoft games. There are more people who fill in his answers for him than there are people speaking on what he says. For some reason I can't seem to find the other one right now. I'd have to pick through this person's thing.
While I'm there. Okay, so do they have that information?
Here we go. It's over here in another one of the threads. For some reason, it was subdivided in another subdivision. Because this user, like all other people, has a very, very hard inability to be able to stay on topic in the same thread. You actually probably saw some of the responses that I said. But I kept it in a single fucking line. We'll go through that in real time. Second thread. Further back down here. Spill out from this conversation. Indie games just seem like that since you don't know about the 500 shitty ones that you're forced to know the 10 big games that come out each year whether they're ass or not. And no one loses anything if a small indie developer with an overhead of 5 figures maximum makes a mediocre game. Right, and they don't necessarily have a better hit ratio. You only really hear about the successes, whereas AAA that you hear about are good or bad. Which is to say, this person worded it wrong. Yeah, but they necessarily don't have a better batting ratio. You only really hear about the successes in indie games, whereas with AAA games, you're going to hear about them whether the games are good or bad. What if I told you that the well-marketed and often fan-supported indie games with a lot of groundswell before the release have a very nearly 100% hit rate, and anyone not insisting on debate pervert bullshit could suss that out as my point. Hold on to that nugget. This will be important later. You started talking here by actively misconstruing somebody else's point. Just shut the fuck up and go find a conversation you haven't fumbled. Oh, Dip, we're calling Twitter threads conversations. That's cool. Why are you upset? And then people digging into him. Now, back to the original thread. In the time that it took me to read, follow, and comprehend this diatribe, I completed the Balatro Challenge 15-minute city. Sidebar, separately, on my own streams last night, I explained exactly the same things that Tyrant did. And I did, because at the start of Monday's stream, when Grace was in the chat, she and I talked about Balatro, and then, on the follow-up, even though I was only live for a little bit, I actively talked about why Balatro deserved to be on more lists than it probably was, or why it deserved to be in a category competing against the others in that category if it was supposed to be a serious competition. The fact of the matter is, there is a lot of arguments that could be said, and you're going to hear me bring out some of them, and then you're going to watch how this person acts and behaves. Sir, you need to be playing Balatro to understand this, and then play it again if it didn't sink in. I'm more interested in why you think the Game Awards is anything other than a AAA slop fest that is hosted by the Dorito Pope. Because the categories are rigged and they are judged and weighed with 90% by the literal slop consumers and yellow journalists of gaming media, and some political ones too. And we'll take a look at this picture. This has now been scrubbed from the original site, but this image says, according to official website data of the Game Awards, the opinion of the fans count in the selection of the winners, but the values are very much smaller than that of the jury. Thus, the jury decision counts for 90% compared against 10% popular vote. And the deciding 90% weight, IGN, Inverse, Jeff Gerstmann Show, Kinda Funny, The LA Times, MinMax, PC Gamer, Polygon, VentureBeat, The Verge, Touch Arcade, What's Good Games, Game Rant, NPR of all fucking people, Pride, because you see, you can't have no games without the big gay. And unfortunately, Glad didn't pick up the fucking record fast enough, so Pride took the place. And Variety. So, Hollywood, Big Hollywood Media Watchdog, Media Watchdog, Media Watchdog, Journo Rag, Journo Rag, Journo Rag, Leftist Infiltrated Journal Rag, Leftist Journal Rag, Leftist Comedy Humor Gaming Journal Rag, Journo Rag, Journo Rag, Mainstream Media Journal Rag. I have never heard of this person once before in my fucking life, but let's put him in the position of Access Media. Access Media and Access Media / Gaming Journal Rag. That's the deciding factor, and that's the deciding vote for the Game Awards. So no matter what wins, we all fucking lost. Already out the goddamn door. It should be a 50-50 split between the people on the panel and the people voting from the popular vote. But, you know, not that big a deal. Back to this bullshit. I've also had a hand with exactly what Tyrant Retards almost said it. What Wolfman said about any slot being run-of-the-mill or unique gems that for their presentation and game style get tragically slept on for several reasons. Behold, the wall of games! And on this list is all the games that I've been playing for the last few months. I scrolled down on this list to go far back as towards the beginning of the year, but on the top of that list from yesterday, Balatro, Once Human, Path of Exile, Unloved, Darkest Dungeon 2, Helldivers 2, Phasmophobia, Continent Warring, Kingsgrave, Soul Ash, Nero Voider, DMC5, Limbus Company, Castle Blade, Heretic's Fork, Blaze Through, Interview Effect, Raven's Watch, Slay the Industry? Slay the Industry. Yeah, Slay the Industry. First Descendant, Peglin, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, Soul Ash 1, Soul Ash 2, Smite, Mortal Sin, Necrosmith, Incredulation, Wizard with the Gun, Drawful, Monster Hunter World, Astalon Tears to the Earth, Slay the Spire, and so on, and so on, and so on. And you can see that I go all the way far back enough to past the beginning of the year. Many of these games are absolute fucking bangers. Vault of the Void, amazing. Aratus, amazing. Inscription, amazing. Nuclear Throne, amazing. Vampire Survivors, amazing. Wasted, amazing. Especially for a game made by Adult Swim Games. But there's several on my list that are actually great from there. Ring of Pain. Deep Gap? I think it is Deep Galaxy. Deep something Galaxy. Deep Sky Derelicts. Deep Galaxy Derelicts. Next to Ni no Kuni 1, which we still have yet to fucking finish on camera. Adventure Capitalist, Adventure Communist, Soda Dungeon 2, Deep Dungeons of Doom, Apex Legends was good before they fucked it, Pac-Man Championship Edition's fine, Baldur's Gate 3, Strike Busters, Backpack Hero, Atomic Crops, Curse of the Dead Gods, Void Bastards, Pal World, The Vinyls, Scarlet Nexus, that one's a single-player game though. Pesticide Not Included would be one of those games that come as slop. People would argue that Bit Dungeon 1, 2, and 3 is also that, but I would not agree so. Dragon's Nest, FTL, Star Renegades, Loop Hero, Death Must Die, Eldritch, DST, and so on and so on. I then continue. Some of my personal favorites that I can pull out is Curse of the Dead Gods, Atomic Crops, Void Bastards, and Backpack Hero. So, back to you, dum-dum. When you said these statements, do you care to elaborate on what those games are and if they beat that margin for you? Can you name them? Can you show me your playtime in them? Can you show me your personal bests and your achievements? Why should I check them out? Please inform us. Because I'm going to warn you, if you fail to meet me with the same energy that you met him with, it's going to be taken as hipster contrarianism, and I'm going to make money off of you as a springboard to talk about the selections that were made at this event. Because this kind of conversation and the lack thereof and the assertions of opinions made by people like you is shit. Because this is shit. Like 100%. Every single bit of what was said by this person coming up, every single fucking word they goddamn said was exactly the shit that grinds my gears. This is the other side of that opinion. What Shroud said from the clips earlier here, that's the shit that causes me to be annoyed as a content creator. The opinion from an individual like this person's opinion, this is the shit that pisses me off as a fucking enjoyer of games. This is a you can't have fun level of take. Because how the fuck are you so strong in your opinion about these things that you're saying here? About what indie games are and that they have a better hit ratio. And you can't give a single fucking name. Not one. Not until I pressed him on it did he say a single goddamn name. And this is the mindset of the people who are going into the Game Awards. This is the attitude of every single gaming event. Nobody ever has a real opinion. They just say words. And then when they get called on it, ooh, gold. And then when they get called on it, suddenly the ego's gone. So loud, and nothing of value to say. It hurts my soul. It really does. It hurts my soul because it makes me think, you know what? Maybe gaming was a mistake. Maybe we should have kept. Because I don't want to gatekeep if the shit doesn't actually lead to a better outcome. Because what I want is good games. To get good games, I have to share with other people. We have to share our passions. If I'm impassioned about an argument, I should not let a fucking cretin like this try to take my words and say, bro, why are you upset? When they can't be able to actually stay on fucking topic. And when they say shit like this, they act like they didn't just incite an argument that requires a breakdown. Because, hey, hold on. I'm gonna let you finish, but I'm gonna need you to keep that same energy. It's cowardice. And so much of that is gaming media in general. Now, this is a person who doesn't make shit to begin with. Period. Their opinion's gonna be dog shit no matter what. But think of how many people who's on that panel who's gonna have the same mindset as this guy. So great, huh? But staying aside on that, while I make that thread, excuse me, because I said that I was going to monetize this person, and I would be a liar if I was not a man of my word. Give me a second. Okay. So, conversation continues from here. Because when you say this, when I asked this the first time, why do you think that? The event has always been an ad sponsorship and has always been pedigree farming to assert why they should get your money in fear of missing out on the event, not pressuring you further down sunken cost fun. Because most of these games from these things come with a sunken cost fallacy, where they want you to be involved in them, because they need you to buy the new game so that they can make money in the AAA industry. They need to make back those fucking dividends and returns. They are making games on a $400 million plus budget. They have to get you to play. Because to me, this is a really bad way to convince people of your argument. And it's a really bad way to convince people of your argument because, as you all know, I keep trying to get y'all to play Path of Exile. And if it's already hard enough to get y'all motherfuckers to play the game because of how difficult it can be looking at this fucking monstrosity of a spear grid. Yeah. It's really bad, okay? If I have to convince people to be willing to play Path of Exile 2, and I'm making content concerning Path of Exile 1, and I gotta get you over the hurdle of this giant ass fucking spear grid that is the passive skill tree, which is simple, but when you first look at it is all nope. How do I help you get there if I speak the way this individual fucking does? It's horrible. It's horrible press. It's horrible optics. It's horrible conversational skills. It's horrible persuasive arguments. Because that's the fucking passive tree. And this is the Atlas passive tree for the end game. How do I get you to play this game if I act that way like this guy did, with no mindset about how to make my opinions and outcomes about it better? How does that help anyone? Because it'd be one thing to have insults for witty bands, but you didn't even give a name for a single fucking game. I would chalk it up to a lack of novice passion if it wasn't obviously seething spite and ire from seemingly fucking nowhere. Because no one even bashed games, you just came in swinging for no goddamn reason. Are you so devoid of joy and camaraderie and praise that you couldn't even find a plausible conversation chance? That you needed to elbow bite and irony poison about sticking it to the man, attacking others over at the fucking temple effigy of fucking Dorito Game Fuel promotions? And this guy then comes back with the I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. These simple arguments that you just said, I don't understand a single word. What is blood waffling about? And it's so depressing. It's so depressing that they couldn't keep that fucking energy. It's so depressing. But that's okay. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm here for. So let's talk about it. In the infinite wisdom that is gaming knowledge, please be a Carl and not a Hazel. Now, what did this person have to say? You're gonna love this chit chat. Watch this shit. Watch this shit. Watch this shit. Because the stream's gonna lag a little bit because I'm uploading the videos on the side now. No, not server maintenance. You have to wait a little bit. The processing lag is just a little bit too much. Hold in there, chat. Hold on, chat. The video's not that thick. Give it some time. I can finally smell something that isn't fucking cherry. Thank God. Pokemon video, you can do it. Yes, we got there. Alright, we are back from the lag. Let us continue forward. I genuinely do not know what you're going on about for the past however long this took you. My original point is that indie games are more reliably good than AAA games, and that behaving that indie games being nominated as novel is weird. I like indie games and Balatro. So the answer is no, I cannot game another game other than Balatro. I will shit myself in rage and act superior and distance myself from the AIDS piggery that I was just called on. You're getting turned into a video 100%. Cool beads, like, oh my fucking god, there was no rage of superiority. If you just want me to randomly name indie games, what the fuck is that gonna prove exactly? I should kiss you. You're providing me with content in the steelman that I have to create out of your bad faith, paying for food and toys. But this is more about giving you the chance to answer those questions that you're feigning. Please answer them, because reading is a skill that you need to hone. And then I copy-paste exactly what I said beforehand, because I knew he was gonna act like a fucking little, shit stain about this. Also, you're lying. You asserted something in the goal to shit on people so that you could hold AAA slop accountable. Twice. Also, you lied again. That's not what you said. Two separate instances of indies don't make AAAs lose anything. Stop being a debate pervert. And indie games have a better batting average, is what you're claiming out of being smug. I asked you to name games and list why. Then, I don't understand what you're doing. I'm unsure of what point you're trying to make. I'm sure your video will be a good use of your time. Also, I don't know how to do that wall game shit, and I'm not editing any of that. Afterwards, I can't, and don't know how to add information or context on request, but I do know how to type non-stop and name shit to smear on the wall. Why are you making me explain myself, Carl? Priceless. Truly a finger on the pulse of your stillbirth thoughts. And all I literally did to make that screenshot wall was the following keystrokes. Open Steam, click on library, sort by last played, full screen, then screenshot. If this is too hard for you, conversations aren't your bag, my man, and neither is persuasive arguments. And then, after being pressed on this, I finally get them to actually list out games that they've actually played. Take note. Dear God, take note. According to my breakdowns by numbers, actually I probably should do it this way. According to my breakdown by hours, just in indie games, I have 9.187 hours, 37 hours in Dead Cells between Steam and Switch, so he's bought the game twice on 2 different platforms. End of Gungeon at 60 hours, 52 hours in Gun Reborn, 51 hours in Deep Rock Galactic, 48 hours in Soulstone Survivor. Soulstone Survivor doesn't really count as something because that one is more in the design of Death Must Die and Vampire Survivors, but both are included on this list, so I guess we'll have to take that as a standard answer. "36 hours in V Rising, 28 hours in Vampire Survivors, 20-ish hours in Bomber Cyberpunk, 14 in Oblivion Overdrive, 11 in Witchfire, 9 in Spiritfall, 20 hours combined across non-Treasure Trove Shovel Knight offsprings for Dig and Pocket Dungeon, 5 hours in Ultra Kill, but his MS kinda fucks with it. Also, I have Mad Shot at 4 hours, Darkest Dungeon at over 90 hours on Switch, 5 hours modded on Steam, and I kickstarted the deluxe version of the real-life board game of it. 8 hours in Katana Zero between Switch and Steam, 7 or so hours in Luck Be a Landlord, 11 hours in The Messenger on Switch, and 4 on Steam. Those are all the ones I got over a couple hours in, but my queue is also 60 games deep, most of which are other indie games like Coromans, Finishing UFO 50, Tactical Breach Wizards, and Skelethrone being in the next batch. With my longest playtimes all being sub 100 for indie games, since I move on from stuff a lot unless it's specifically time wormhole games, which he named several here, with multiple thousands of hours in MMOs and Monster Hunter over the years. I'm out. This happened only because I pressed him. Only because I pressed this person did they actually list a real opinion. And as we came to learn, that opinion is literally, oh, I don't even have the ability to talk about these games at length, and I can't even be able to describe how bad that is, because, bro, there's so many games on my list, and I can't be able to talk about any of those games. And there's not enough about them that I can be able to cheer about and I can spread about. Because, as I explained to him, if you cannot do this, and you won't make the attempt after having strong opinions with lacking evidence and material to support it, this would be why I said what I've been going on about for the last however long this took me. This is a pain point. People quit reading at these. They quit reading at these, they stop having conversations with fucking retarded people at these, and they stop having fun playing games that do this. Either with mechanics, with gameplay, with arguments, or with updates and patches and breakdowns. Because just like this is a pain point in this conversation, this fucking graph, this obstruction of all logic, this is a pain point that creates a quit point. You want people to play the games, so you need to be able to explain why they're good. You have to be able to describe why people want to buy them. Only after being pushed on this did this person do this, after I had to break this down to them and basically hold them to account by having even better fucking comebacks than they do. Very helpful. This illuminates a lot about your opinions, but I still want to hear and see what your sales pitch for these games are. Let's take Monster Hunter World. Pretend I didn't already beat the game and farm Iceborne. Tell me why it's a pickup. Sell me the game. Convince me that it's game of the decade. Guess what this person said? Guess, chat. Guess. Some of you probably already saw the answer because it was on the screen at the same time, but guess. In your infinite wisdom, in your heart of hearts, chat. After all that mad shit this user was talking about Balatro, about AAA games having a better batting average than AAA Goislop, what do you think they did next? After being asked, hey, yeah, so all those games that you just listed, can you give me an example? Can you give me a sales pitch? Can you give me an elevator pitch about why I should play them? Or why they're good? No guesses? All guesses? I'll tell you what he did. In his infinite wisdom, this user bitched out the conversation. 100%. Bitched out the conversation. Yeah, I ain't doing all that. And as I said on my own response to this, in the thread in real time, you forfeit the right to be as smug as you've been, and the video will be made out of the responses. And for somebody who doesn't like being a data point in social media, you sure do love referring to them and then being an AIDS pig about them, while having supplied content from them by being somebody talking on that data point. Yes, they bailed. They bailed. They bailed. Because as you can see here, don't worry, likes being hidden doesn't mean I'll start liking things, because shame has never been a part of why I don't like things. It's just that I'm forgetful and refuse to begin new patterns for concern that I will forget them, and I refuse to be a useful data point. Has any word ever felt unappreciated as furled? It's unfurl this, unfurl that, unfurl something in your life today. Non-stop irony poison. Sheer, unadulterated, non-stop irony poison. It permeates their body. All that lip, and no opinion to go with it. And so, that is the ballad of dear old Hazel Azarius. However, despite his bitch-madeness, there was indeed a argument and a conversation that both myself and Wolfman had. Well, that's weird. He's implying something about primarily AAA games captures attention for thousands of hours. Almost like an indie game doing that is in some kind of subcategory. Rare overall in the instances in which this doesn't happen. Well, that's weird. Certainly gonna have to call out Steelman Industries to get a diamond order rush, because I would sure love to get to the bottom of this mystery so that they can't address this, but it's certainly debate brain to ask about for details. It's one for the Hardy Boys and Nancy Drew, by fucking golly G-boy. Golly gee willikers, chat, it's a goddamn fucking mystery how we could ever achieve being able to understand these concepts. And of course, that is the microcosm, and the microcosm around the Game Awards. It is nothing more than a fucking commercial for video games and an ad sponsorship. It is, well, to call it a Super Bowl of video games doesn't even get it across as what it actually is, because that implies that it's actually beloved, and it's not. It, like Summer Games Fest and other games like it, is an opportunity for us to see what the industry says that they think we should want. And with the standing ego of Jeff Keighley, especially with his ability to try and license the very phrase Game Awards so that no one else can ever make a video game concept that features the Game Awards as part of the title of their product. That is where they are at. That is where gaming is now. That's where it continues to be. A bunch of fucking assholes that have opinions on the internet, that aren't able to back up their opinions on the internet, and then when asked and pressured for answer, somehow magically don't have anything to say else. But they have strong opinions that they feel so worthy on holding, that the only way that they hold them is by holding them while still not saying anything fucking meaningful. There are multiple videos like this.
People are
We're gonna look at some of them. First up, people are losing it over the Game Awards. Legendary drops. 214k sub-channel. Videos getting views. Let's look into those ticks. Let's see that tick, boy!
losing their minds over the Game Awards. I mean, I feel like this sort of thing happens just about every single year. I mean, it's everybody's favorite hobby, right? You have your favorite games, and when they don't get nominated or recognized, you start to ask some questions. And to be honest with you, over the last couple of years, the way that things have been going, I think people are asking questions for all the right reasons. I want to say this first. I am so happy that I was wrong in my assumption that Black Myth Wukong was going to get pushed out of the Game Awards, especially with how that game was treated up to its launch and then thereafter. It's actually funny, I saw a bunch of people go back to my video from a couple weeks ago talking about that very issue and trying to rub my face in the fact that I was wrong and that it got nominated. I'm just sitting here like, yeah, no, that's good. I'm happy that happened, especially after everything that game went through. What were you expecting? Oh, I'll do it the right way. This is what you want. So this morning, I woke and I looked at myself in the mirror and I questioned everything about myself. Who is this lie? Who is this shell of a man? You don't even belong on YouTube. How dare you say your opinions on the internet, you fool! I'm so sorry.
True.
Now I'm getting a Game Award. But that doesn't mean...
True. 100% true. Base real and true. Valid. Heckin' real and valid. Because that's what every single conversation I've looked into has been. Every single conversation that I've had, that I've seen, or that I've seen on Twitter and on social media in general, has been that. Boy, I don't even want to talk about TikTok. I don't want to talk about TikTok. They still haven't recovered over the elections. So most of their opinions are somehow inextricably tied to Trump. Somebody actively tried to convince me that the world is gonna die because Trump is allowing the chuds to feel normal, and that sexual violence is back on the menu in video games. That because games like The First Descendant are adding jiggle physics to their body models, that it's putting grape on the menu. Unironically, real shit, real fucking shit. Anyways,
that this year's award show isn't without controversy. There's actually plenty of it. Not only are we seeing a poker roguelike slip its way right into the Game of the Year category, but we're seeing a DLC and also even some underhanded or seemingly underhanded changes to the voting process before the nominees went up. Now, one of the things that I've actually seen quite a lot of recently is people asking, why are you even upset in the first place? Who cares about these awards? They're meaningless. It's nothing but a show of vanity more than anything else. But I'm here to tell you that they mean a little bit more than that. Many people dismiss the Game Awards as a shallow vanity showcase, a glitzy night where the industry insiders pat each other on the back and there's little substance that comes from it. But this perspective overlooks the tangible benefits that ripple through the industry, particularly for the developers who win and the players who engage with their work. The Game of the Year award in particular serves as more than just a shiny badge. It's a moment of recognition that often carries significant financial and cultural weight.
For who? You're not wrong, but for who? Because I wouldn't say for the actors. The actors are going to get recognition at the real awards. SAG-AFTRA, WGA, BAFTA. Lifetime Achievement Awards for recognition and progress and an impact. For showing real-world choices, real-world actions, narratives. It's not going to come from the Game Awards. So for who? For whomst? For whomst?
For developers, winning Game of the Year can be transformative. It's not just a morale booster for the team, it's a marketing gold mine. A game that wins the award can see a surge in sales, especially with the Game Awards coming just before the holidays, as both new and returning players flock to see what made that game so special. It's the kind of exposure that the most aggressive advertising campaign can't buy, because it means that your game is genuinely one of the best of the year, if not the best of the year. Beyond the immediate revenue, it often cements the developer's reputation, making it easier for them to secure funding or creative freedom for future projects. That recognition becomes a signal to investors and publishers that the studio is capable of delivering on excellence.
But you see, the problem with that is that if all of the games that ever go up are only ever media darlings, it gives them the false impression that the award is actually meaningful. This, Legendary, is what we call pedigree poaching, pedigree farming, and pedigree padding. Which means it's gatekeeping and door stopping. And that's not what I want in my Game Awards. That's not what I want in a night of recognizing talent. If I'm recognizing talent, I'm going to recognize the talent because they have talent. I'm not going to recognize the talent because the character was being voiced by Mike Judge. That's not the barrier for success. Not even if Amy Hennig was on the project is that the barrier for success. The barrier of success is, did you get me to play your game? Is your game good? Not, did I happen to suck enough dick and did Jeff Keighley happen to get enough help to get me over the margin and line so I can make money at the Game Awards? Is there a level of sponsorship that you should take? Yes, there is. But there should never be such a requirement and such a limitation to allowing for joy to exist that you price people out of the margin field. I should never, we should never, the consumer should never only hear about a game because the industry decided you gotta play this. Bro, this game right here, this game right here gonna inflate your penis size 4 sizes large. The game right here gonna save your marriage. It's gonna make you fertile. That shouldn't be what the game has to do. I didn't ask for the game to fix the erectile dysfunction that I don't have. I want the game to be good enough that I can teach Star how to play it. I want the game to be good enough that I can teach my son how to play it. I want the game to be so good that further on in that conversation, I talked to him. Where is it? There you go. That I further talked to him about being able to understand exactly why this matters so goddamn much. And the reason why this matters so damn much is because the truth of the matter is that as simple as it gets, it's about this right here. Me personally, I want to thank you for babysitting this person, because boy, this will make good filler video for the Game Awards. And fucking hell, Sophia gets it. I wonder why this creature can't. In unrelated news, I beat another challenge, and now I'm pushing my PB. And this is just me having had a recording from where I was sitting there talking about this with him. Let's look at the video. This is it. This is Balatro. Right here. This is what Balatro is. You, your deck, and understanding how to play an illegal poker hand. And the jokers that you have that allow you to do it. This was a Lucky Cat double blueprint with an Even Stevens with a hack. It wants to play on cards that are values of 4 and below. 5, 4, like 5, 4, 3, and 2s. I'm trying to stack the cards so that I can get those paper versions, which are lucky cards, to strike multiple multi. Better than Christmas with a cake. And that's all Balatro is. That for every single hour of your playtime. And right now, where am I at with my fucking playtime on Balatro? 267.7 hours of gameplay. That's all Balatro is. And why is it important that that's what Balatro is? Well, going back here, what was Sophia's take? All year, I've seen nothing but praise for Balatro. But now that it's a Game of the Year contender, I'm seeing an overabundance of hate. Ultimately, the VGAs are meaningless. It's just a marketing event disguised as an awards show, but we should still root for more than just AAAs getting a nod. The Balatro hate here, from Kate Branchman, I would guess is because it looks like poker with a health bar. It's completely under the radar of people who don't like poker or maybe card games in general, so those people can't imagine why poker is a Game of the Year contender next to the likes of Wukong and over games like Stellar Blade. And this is honestly possibly the best answer I could possibly give on why that is the opinion that most of them have about this. Because realistically, I should be cheering for this game simply because this game is able to break over boundaries. You don't have to be a fan of card game builder roguelikes. You don't have to be a fan of bidding games. You don't have to be a fan of roguelikes in general. Just play the game. And the game wants nothing for you but to learn the mechanics of it. And it rewards you for becoming good at them. A game like that should be on the list simply because it's able to do its job. If it couldn't do its job, then I wouldn't argue for it. But, you know, people do be how they do be.
Giving them the leverage they might not have had otherwise. While a lot of sales can turn a lot of heads, continued recognition, player engagement, and media representation can sometimes push these games even further beyond. Just using Baldur's Gate 3 as an example, while it soared at the start, smashing sales records for the company, it was ultimately recognized as the ultimate game of the year, earning the award on every professional stage across the entire industry, totaling 7 different Game of the Year wins. As a result, the game stayed in the news circuit, keeping invested players engaged in discussion outside of the game and helping it to reach the ears and eyes of more players around the world. Hell, it's still talked about and referenced even a year later. While this is a testament to the excellence of the game itself, Baldur's Gate 3 is genuinely one of the best games in the last decade, if not one of the best games of all time. There are quite a few people that are out there that keep seeing this game talked about, keep seeing it win, and say, fine, okay, I'll try it. Now, players also reap the benefits, perhaps not in the most obvious ways, but a Game of the Year win sets a bar for quality that other studios want to strive to meet. It tells the industry this is what resonated the most with an audience and critics alike, and developers take note of it. The success of games like Baldur's Gate 3, The Last of Us, Elden Ring, Breath of the Wild, all of these inspire.
Say that list again, and we're going to talk about why that's bullshit.
This is what resonated the most with an audience and critics alike, and developers take note of it. The success of games like Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3 resonated with people because most people were able to have fun with a CRPG that gave them to put them in the driver's seat to play the particular ways that they wanted, whether they were using cheats, mod, or hacks to do so, and feel like they were in a setting that gave them the ability to have the same joy that most people who ever played a Dragon Age game or a Mass Effect game could get to have in the licensed world of 5e Dungeons & Dragons.
The Last of Us.
8 million fucking years, the multiple people who resonated with the message of The Last of Us Part 2. Part 1, yes. Part 2, no. Cap. Hard hat.
Elden Ring,
Elden Ring is the opposite of Dark Souls, in where instead of you just being another player in a game world, amongst other fucking players, potentially ganking people infinitely, your journey is about how you challenge these bosses with the builds and or build you've chosen to give your character, and how you challenge them in that content to achieve that outlook and that effect that you want to go about for your ability to make a character that you can potentially be able to work around, build around, play around, and ultimately have fun around. Because you are the Tarnished, going through the lands between to prove yourself canonically as the person whose ideology is going to beat that of even the returned god Mikola, using the killed body of Mohg to bring back the soul of Radahn, and potentially bring about a world order that people may or may not agree with. That is Elden Ring. Not a single bit of multiplayer concepts are required in order to achieve that. And so, in doing that, and in saying so, comparing two clearly well-made games alongside
The Wild, all of these inspire. This is what resonated the most with an audience and critics alike, and developers take note of it. The success of games like Baldur's Gate 3, The Last of Us, Elden Ring, Breath of the Wild, all of these
against a single-player game, with optional multiplayer for people that you know, a single-player game, and another single-player game, which, if we're talking Breath of the Wild, and thus we're talking Breath-alikes, we're also talking about Tears of the Kingdom, which further expanded on that in a way that other developers could never attempt to. All of these games are the result of things that allow people to play inside of that AAA environment and still get the enjoyment from playing hours and hours of what technically would be the same content, but with various ways of their own engagement. Balatro does the exact same thing. Slay the Spire does the exact same thing. I don't think I'd argue that Once Human does the same thing. However, for Once Human, I'm pretty sure I'm probably sitting closer to 300 now. No, 600 now. No, we're well over 600. 679.7 hours of gameplay. But that's because they offer different rotations of scenarios and cycles. And if I'm playing 45 to 65 days inside of a cycle in a world, and now they have the ability to leave the scenario early, if you wish, how wouldn't I be able to put up those numbers? How wouldn't they be able to put up those numbers? For most of these games that we're talking about, they're one-and-dones. The Last of Us Part 2 is one and done. There's no replayability in that, unless you're talking about the challenge features, and at that point, that's not really a game. That's various levels of a visual novel with branching paths, and unfortunately, there are no real branching paths in the story of that game. You might as well argue that Double Exposure deserves to be up on that list. Because look at how many play hours it's creating amongst other players, but how many of those players are doing it for that long, playing the game multiple times over, and they were already going to do so as a part of their gameplay loop. Probably less than, I'd say, 5% of the high audience. And that's being very generous. Extremely generous. It's just not there. It's just not real. It's just not real. And making that comparison is fucking ludicrous. The Angry Joe syndrome would be a great thing to call it. I wouldn't blame it on Angry Joe, but Angry Joe comes from an era that does this. It isn't true that Western devs just whinge when a general quality game wins Game of the Year, especially when it's Eastern. It just wasn't Stellar Blade. They did it with Elden Ring too. True. People glazing Baldur's Gate 3 is even more obnoxious than Witcher 3. I would also say true, because while I understand that Wild Hunt is probably the best of the trilogy, I'm pretty sure making me jump in at game 3 of a 3-game trilogy is gonna really kill my enjoyment. Because, of course, now I'm missing the storyline. It's like, you could make the exact same argument, and probably it is the exact same argument, about Jak and Daxter, or Sly Cooper. Can you truly be able to enjoy the Sly Cooper franchise, the Crash franchise, the Spyro franchise, the Jak and Daxter franchise, any franchise of games that happen with history between them, if you are skipping over how that franchise learned and grew from the consequences it had to work with before? I don't think you really can. Because you're just missing out on literal history. You can't really make this argument about something like Baldur's Gate 3. Because Baldur's Gate 3, while featuring the game world of Wizard of the Coast in the Forgotten Realms, plays a lot more like a in medias res story. Because you don't need to play Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, Shadows of Alm, in order to truly understand the world that is being set up inside of it. This is what lends to Baldur's Gate having that appeal. If you pay attention to all the story beats, especially between the lore that you'd learn in a normal run versus a run of a Dark Urge, you're able to understand that world building and then even further fully appreciate it. You cannot do that for ones that are sequelized and require you to really tag on at that. Because if you are looking at it in that way, you're not really caring about the story, you're caring about the multiplayer aspect. Diablo 3 is a good example of this. Diablo 2 is a good example of this. Hell, Diablo is a good example of this. Diablo 4 is a good example of this. The story, the writing, and the world building is disconnected from the best build multiplayer aspect of it. It just doesn't have the same tick. The audiences that are doing it for whatever reasons are playing for two different reasons. And while equally valid, unfortunately, the live service model is the live service model itself is effectively fucking up everything that has to do with that analysis. Because now that analysis assumes that you are watching and playing for that aspect. And not for the aspect of, damn, this game is popular. I have to play it, otherwise I'm going to miss out. Damn, this build is popular. I better log in, dude. Because if I don't log in and play this build before they nerf it into the ground, I can't really play Path of Exile. I can't really play PoE 2. I can't really play PoE 4. I can't really play Diablo 4. I can't really play Diablo 3. I can't play Torchlight Infinite. I can't play Project Diablo 2. That shouldn't be how any of this is calculated. That shouldn't be the conversation. That shouldn't be what sets up the conversation. And that's what that argument is. Ah, man, look at how good these games are. Look at how valuable and popular they are. No. No. Plus, those are single player anyways. Whether they're single player or multiplayer shouldn't be the factor here. But if we're talking about that factor, why are you guys constantly pushing Goyslop that happens to be multiplayer then? You don't even believe what you're saying if that's your argument. And I know that's their argument. If anything, it is irritating. If anything, it is irritating. And gives the implication that they don't believe what they're saying. Moving on.
These inspire trends in storytelling, world building, and gameplay mechanics that ripple into future titles. It raises expectations and, in many cases, pushes the industry forward. Even acknowledgement of smaller titles in other categories can give a moment of spotlight, bringing a niche experience to players who may not have discovered it otherwise. I can't tell you guys how many times I found an indie title or a gem that I otherwise hadn't heard of, and it was just because it was nominated in the Game Awards. At its best, the Game Awards is more than just a vanity parade. It's a cultural touchstone for the gaming community.
It is not a cultural touchstone for the gaming community. It's a cultural touchstone for the business class gaming community. It is not a touchstone for real fucking gamers. Real gamers play games. They do not give meaningless awards based on trying to get the industry to give them control over the zeitgeist. That's not community. That's you forcing conformity. And I don't conform to the standards of people who cannot play the games that I play and then try to tell me what is popular and what is not. I ain't finna do it. I ain't finna do it. You can't make me do it. So I ain't finna do it.
Celebrating not only what games are, but what they can be in the end. They drive innovation, give well-earned recognition to creative teams, and expose players to games that they otherwise may have overlooked. So, while the event is undeniably flashy, its impact is far from superficial. It's a celebration that benefits the entire ecosystem. Now, I'm not saying that
I don't benefit if I don't get good games. That's not how that works. We're still speaking from the position of, look, bro, look at what we're doing for us. No, this doesn't help me. This helps a company that's faceless. What helps me as a consumer is me getting a good product. These games, some of these games, not all of them, at least I'm not speaking about the ones he flashed across the screen in this video, are not benefiting me if I am not enjoying what it provides. The game is good if I am able to buy it, it is affordable, and I am entertained by it. That is the margin. That is the barrier of entry. That is the barrier of judgment. That is the only barrier that matters. Any and everything else that has nothing to do with that standard I just laid out is meaningless to a consumer, because I consume content. I don't consume idle praise of a video game. I want a game that exists. I want a game that is good. I want a game that is something I can give to other people, that I can visit upon other people, that I can share with other people. I'm more capable of making community out of Unloved than I am out of some meaningless game title that just came out of nowhere. And yet, for a game that I'm going to be trying soon, which is Strinova, you possibly could make an environment and a community out of that, because it's small enough and has enough appeal amongst a specific kind of person that will be in a specific type of group that you could build an unironic community. Because remember, we're not a community if I don't commune with you. If I don't commune with you, there's no relation you or I have to each other except we play the same game. If, like in the beginning, the take that came from Shroud was said about a game that I played, and he said, look at all these fucking shitters, look at these goddamn god shit players that can't even be able to 5-second cycle the Maven. Like, bro, you don't have over 550 mil damage and a build that has over 8k health? Like, bro, how are you even being able to play? I gotta gatekeep people out of Path of Exile, bro. They're just like dog shitters. Like, go play Stardew Valley. That would be where my sense of community now forces me to say, what the actual fuck is wrong with you, you crazy delusional cow? What makes you think that the game is only viable if it entertains you and your fucking riddle-addled mind? What makes you think that that's the barometer and that's the standard? That's not what I stand for. And that's exactly what I said earlier. And that's where that goes to. That's where that comes from. That should be my focus. My focus should not be whatever the fuck he just claimed it could be, or whatever the fuck the game industry says it is. The community is the people that I am with. Because in order for you to really build real community in these circumstances with the stuff that we're dealing with, you have to meet people where they fucking are. You cannot meet them where they are if your fucking sensationalism and your FOMO makes you agree with the pack, and the games aren't even good enough to even warrant your attention for at least 2 hours. And then a game that's supposed to be played and called Game of the Year can't hold your attention for 100. Because me personally, I would say that should be the standard of what's considered to be Game of the Year. If a game can't hold your attention for 100 hours plus, it's not a Game of the Year contender. Because how many games have only 12 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours worth of repeatable content? And when I say content, I don't mean the word that people use when they say content. They think that a fetch quest is content. Yep, I fell. Witcher 3 is overrated clearly because of how glazed it is. It's still a great game, but it's not a 10 out of 10 like it was made to be. I'd argue Witcher 2 is the best game in the series overall. E3 was a cultural touchstone for the gaming community because it was fun, it was cringe, and allowed people to make their own choices as to what they thought looked good. Yeah, it did. That was an actual cultural zeitgeist. Fucking Game Awards is not. And we will never have E3 again. So comparing it to something that actually is something a community wanted to be a part of, or even an industry participated in and opened to the public to see, it's just off. The barometer's off.
The Game Awards create success by any means. It's just that they're giving them a little bit of an extra nudge, that little extra added momentum that's helping them get even more successful than what they were at the very start. And this is especially true for holiday buyers because they walk into stores, or maybe they see an ad pop up on social media or on an app or something like that. They see that a game has that Game of the Year sticker and they think that it's a solid buy, a great Christmas gift for somebody. And chances are, more times than not, they're right. That ends up being the case. I know for years, my mom almost always would buy me the Game of the Year game because it was the easiest choice for her to make because she didn't really understand the games, the hobby, or anything like that.
One second, I need to go to the bathroom. That pimple on my forehead was bugging the shit out of me. Okay.
And, you know, as a kid and then even then after, yeah, it worked almost every single time. But, you know, the thing is that it goes beyond that. It's also just the recognition of being nominated in the first place. In a lot of cases,
that doesn't really matter if the nominations are clearly fucking, are literally bought. Because, again, pedigree farming. Oh, I got nominated. That means it's good. And it's the most trash cancer game in existence.
Especially for the players, this is a way for us to come across games that we otherwise didn't have any interest in or maybe didn't even see at all. I think one of the best examples of this is Balatro. The game has exploded all of a sudden. Now everybody's talking about it, and for the most part, the vast majority of these folks haven't even heard of it. And honestly, they should probably be thankful of that. I have over 400 hours in the game, and I wish that I could get that time back. No, I actually don't wish I could get that time back. I don't know where that time went. I thought I only played it for like 10 hours, but sometimes I hear the music in my sleep. That's the power of these awards. That's what they can do for these companies. It's also what they can do for the players. Not only is it setting an example for games that we want in the future, and it's exposing players to games that we otherwise would have overlooked, but it's just that recognition that a lot of these studios deserve for the hard work that they put in delivering something that we actually wanted. And I think that's one of the most important part. But let's not kid ourselves. At the end of the day, we love validation. One of the reasons why we like social media so much is because we like seeing the little dots and likes and updates and all that good stuff. And we want to have our...
Man unironically said I use Reddit. Seriously. Carl, don't you use Reddit? Occasionally, but I don't base my opinion on it the way this man just did. And he said it for free.
opinions validated, and we love to see the game that we love the most voted as the best game of the year. And, you know, there are a couple surprises this year. Paul Tossi of Forbes wrote up a solid summary in an article titled What Got a Game Awards 2024 Game of the Year nomination and What Didn't. Writing the nominees, Astrobot, the platforming love letter to PlayStation, is one of the best entries in the genre in years, and it's no surprise that it's a celebration of not just the PlayStation IP, but what feels like gaming in general is nominated here. I would personally consider this the front runner. Metaphor ReFantazio, a stunning new RPG entry from Atlas of Persona fame. This latecomer immediately captivated audiences and launched it into a surprise Game of the Year contention, which has been realized with the nomination here. It could definitely win. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. This was effectively a sure thing in terms of landing a nomination, beloved by critics and most fans. A win, less guaranteed, but it feels like it's dueling for the top 2 or 3 for sure. Black Myth Wukong. It has both a whole lot of fans and set explosive sales records thanks to its popularity globally, but especially in China. It's an extremely competitive year and the game reviewed well, albeit not spectacularly, and I wasn't expecting it to make the cut. I was wrong. Here it is on the list, selected by a jury, landing a top spot. A win does feel difficult given the competition, but we'll see. Balatro. Unlike anything on this list, the brilliant card game has been a sleeper mega hit all year, and I thought it might slide into a nomination here. You love to see it. Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd.
I don't disagree with any of these particular takes, by the by. I just happen to think that they happen to be a certain level of bullshit for some of them. Some of them, not all of them.
In the last few days, there has been a flurry of drama over the fact that the Game Awards confirmed that yes, DLC or expansions could be nominated for Game of the Year. While the immediate aftermath of this discussion was about a likely nomination or even win for Shadow of the Erdtree, it was still up to the voters whether they considered whether or not they would count it. Enough did, it seems. Could it win now? That would spark some more opinions. Now, these are the games that did not receive nominations. Helldivers 2, an explosively popular game that...
Helldivers 2 being on this list is a bit of a misnomer. I think it deserves to have a nomination in the categories that it was suggested for, but Game of the Year, no. Too many things went wrong that knocked it out of contention for Game of the Year, and it's Sony's fault.
Shattered perceptions of whether Sony could produce a live service hit. It has certainly had its ups and downs since its release, but it's hard to forget that stellar initial launch period, and it's a multiplayer entry that failed to get a nomination. This may be the biggest snub if we're playing that game. Silent Hill 2. This one was bound to be controversial as a remake, but Silent Hill 2 put up a large amount of nominations overall before the Game of the Year slate was ever even announced. It did not, however, land an actual Game of the Year nomination itself, which was a bit of a surprise. Dragon Age: The Veilguard. There was some theorizing that games journalists would rally behind this game to get it nominated, but despite its solid enough reviews and many Dragon Age fans enjoying it, it's not exactly a product similar in the full-on glory days of BioWare, and as such, it did not land a nomination. Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom. Certainly a departure from the traditional Zelda game, but still a bit of a surprise that it didn't represent Nintendo on the Game of the Year list. I suppose it's not a mainstream entry, but you don't often find Nintendo missing out on a best game contender during a given year. Tekken 8. A 90 Metacritic score might normally guarantee a placement on the list in most years, but Tekken suffers from being in the relatively niche fighting game genre where it will unfortunately be overlooked by most voters. It's likely a favorite for best fighting game of the year, obviously. Now that we've gone over the summaries, a few of these games stand out amongst the rest, and they've caused quite a bit of criticism. Helldivers 2 not being in the running, Silent Hill 2, while a remake, was still received incredibly well. Balatro is an indie hit that many haven't heard of, but it still made the list, and Dragon Age: The Veilguard, for all of the praise that it got, ended up just being in the accessibility category next to Diablo 4, which, let's be real, that's more or less them just thanking them for coming. I'm genuinely shocked that Palworld wasn't mentioned anywhere, and well, then again, the media really torched that game on release, but the biggest sore thumb is Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, a DLC. This has to be the first time ever that we've ever seen a DLC creep into the category of Game of the Year, and people have been talking about it. While most people seem to generally agree that a DLC shouldn't be in the running for Game of the Year, and are upset that it likely will push out whatever their favorite game is, there are some in game development and games media that have begun to push back. As an example, Greg Miller of Kinda Funny Games tweeted out saying DLC should be eligible for Game of the Year. It's a game people played this year. If it's that good, it should be honored. Thomas Mahler of Moon Studios also tweeted out saying, "It seems that a few people are upset that the Elden Ring DLC has been nominated for the Game of the Year award at this year's Game Awards. Let me be clear, I'm 100% on board with this decision and told Jeff Keighley the same a few months ago. The industry is changing and we're moving from box products and sequelitis more towards games that are kept alive. It makes sense to do so. I think that in the future, we're going to see more and more games that are treated as mere platforms that are receiving updates continuously, and we should celebrate those achievements just as much as we are celebrating entirely new products." Now, I could go through a ton of other examples. A lot of the conversation is revolving around the exact same thing, but I just want to say that the quality and vastness of the content is not in contention. Shadow of the Erdtree was exactly what fans wanted and more. It's one of the biggest highlights this year. It was one of the things I was looking forward to playing most this year. With that said, it doesn't matter if Shadow of the Erdtree was 4 times the size of Elden Ring. It's a DLC, not a game. You have to own the base version of Elden Ring to play it. It's not a standalone title, and from my perspective, this sets a bad precedent not only for the Game Awards, but for the industry, especially because now we are just normalizing games, especially single-player games, becoming a continued platform that is recognized for the same achievements as newly minted titles, developers making brand new games incurring significantly more risk in doing so. They're not just continuing a game that's already successful. DLC is released every single year for an assortment of games. There is no reason that there shouldn't be a category for best DLC, or for the games with the DLC to be included in best ongoing game. Are we supposed to believe that making a DLC is just as challenging as creating a new IP from the ground up? So from my perspective, it actually feels as though Shadow of the Erdtree is more or less a proxy that was put in place to block the nomination of something else entirely. Whether that was Space Marine 2 or Helldivers 2 or maybe even Dragon Age the Veilguard. Now, I realize this is more of a conspiracy than anything else, but keep in mind, Paul just said there were some rumblings of games journalists that were trying to push Dragon Age the Veilguard through, regardless of everything else that was going on around that game, and maybe forcing Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree into the conversation blocked that game or some other game from being nominated. It's too easy to vote for. It's likely the most widely played game this year by the most people and one of the most well-known names in all of gaming. It would be like if Baldur's Gate 3 released a DLC. It would be the exact same thing because it's the most popular.
Or how about Baldur's Gate 3 had its final patch, and its final patch was the inclusion of mods. And then somebody makes a full upload and a full overhaul version of the game that gets pushed into the category, and people get mad because they say, what the fuck? How did you get a game that's basically a hack of the game into the Game Awards? Something that has actively happened year after year in other categories for other video games. Or even in the zeitgeist of the conversation around it, people looking to the conversation about a game and being told this hack version of the game is the best version of the game you could have ever had access to. And then forgetting that the hacked game is not the same thing. It can be a game by its own regards, but it's not the same shit. And that's a problem. Because that's exactly what we're talking about there. The amount of times in which that has happened. The amount of times which people have argued for it. And they had to be told, no, you can't just take the game and say this game now deserves to have this. Because you personally like it. It's going to require a higher barometer.
Game is one of the most talked about games and everybody has seen it, especially if we're talking about the panelists that they've included in this, and we're going to talk a little bit on that as well. But I've seen a lot of chatter about Balatro specifically. While there's been some people pointing out Shadow of the Erdtree, a lot of it's actually been pointed at Balatro and saying that it doesn't deserve to be on the list. And while I think you could maybe make a case for some of the other indie hits that came out this year, the game deserves its nomination. For the people that are out there that are just thinking that the game is purely poker, I'm sorry. You haven't played the game. You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
True.
The amount of people that are trying to minimize this game while saying that all the other games are that much more innovative and creative when they're quite literally just copies of other games themselves is ridiculous to me. It is. And plus, on top of that, I just personally really like the story of how the game came to be in the first place. Guys working a part-time job or a full-time job while he, at the exact same time, is working on a game for like 2 years, trying to put this together by himself to make a portfolio so that he could get a job in game development. The game explodes, it blows up, it's already spawned copycat games, it's sold millions of copies. It really is a innovative, interesting game, super fun to play. I recommend it to everybody. I made a video on it like 7 months ago. You guys need to go watch that. It was actually really good. But it's one of those games that I definitely think does deserve its spot. With that said, I will say that there is some serious inconsistency with some of these nominations. And I think the reason why is because of how these awards are being conducted. Not only is it some of the changes that they made, to their website, to their rulings, to the games that could be nominated, but it's also the paneling. And I understand why players are upset about a lot of the nominations or how this is being handled, because they don't feel like they're being represented. To be honest with you, with some of the things I've seen people talking about, well, they don't want to see you represented. Ever. In an article from The Gamer titled, "The Game Awards Has a Bigger Problem Than Shadow of the Erdtree," the writer Stacey Henley effectively hand-waves the players' questions and criticisms, saying that the rules haven't changed last minute, and these awards were always going to be controversial. While at the exact same time, the article only cites itself and refers to itself when using that as proof. Literally every single link on this entire article is just referring to another one of their own articles or another writer from The Gamer. This article is all in response to people taking notice of a few things before the nominations were revealed and some of the changes that were made over on the Game Awards official website. One of the first being that DLCs were now recognized where they hadn't been in the past. Again, something that feels artificial, especially for this occasion specifically, because if not, then we would have seen Cyberpunk's Phantom Liberty nominated last year, but we didn't.
True.
Now, along with all this, players also noticed that the voting is calculated with a voting jury taking up a whopping 90% of the vote, while players and fans only make up 10%, meaning that players are only a deciding factor in the event of a tie, and even then, their votes are likely not even a factor. And that's the reason why players are raising questions over the awards, because they feel like they aren't being heard or represented. And in fact, we know that we're not being represented. The panel of judges are from outside outlets that have nothing to do with gaming at all. Looking at some of the outlets in the US, we have Entertainment Weekly, the LA Times, the New York Times, Pride.com, Rolling Stone, The Atlantic, NPR, and Variety. Looking at the UK, we have Discussing Films and The Mirror. Many of these sites and magazines are nothing more than celebrity gossip and tabloid magazines. Nothing representative of gaming culture, the perspective of...
Technically, if you want to be accurate, it's not representative of gaming industry culture. If you want to talk about gaming culture itself, you have to look at influencers. And then when you factor in influencers, it makes sense. They see it as nothing more than another level of influencer. They see it as nothing more than another level of influencer content. And at that point, they're like, huh, it's the same difference. Could say it's wild to you, but it makes perfect fucking sense. But it's dog shit at the same time. Itchy, itchy, itchy.
Of players or representative of the industry in any way. I'll be straight with you guys. This makes no sense to me whatsoever. I know that Jeff Keighley has been pushing for the award show to be more like the Grammys or something like that, upping the ante each year, but this feels like groveling at Hollywood's doorstep more than anything else. Jeff, we're winning. Our industry dwarfs music and television by a country mile. We do not need their approval, and frankly, the last thing that any video game player wants is Hollywood's influence in the gaming industry. Henley chalks up the awards being controversial no matter what because of toxic gamers hand-waving their concerns, saying maybe it's more controversial this year because of everything that's going on in gaming. There are a few who dread Shadow of the Erdtree's potential nomination on quality. It's roundly considered an excellent expansion to an excellent video game. The issue is the principle of the thing, and gaming has been short on principle this year. A groundswell of toxicity has risen unchecked this year in gaming. It has...
Sigh! Fucking bullshit breath and sigh! Oh my god, get over your sighs. Oh Lord, get over yourselves. Lord have mercy, please, stop it. The breath of toxicity. The breath of toxicity. How'd you breathe some toxicity in my balls? How about that shit? Breathe some toxicity out of my balls. Oh Lord. Make it stop. Make it stop.
Has an outsized influence in the YouTube algorithm and on X, the Everything app, as long as it aligns with Elon Musk's increasingly erratic views. But it is still disheartening to see gaming companies shove their fingers in their ears, though it's impressive that they manage to do this while their heads are buried in the sand at the same time. I don't expect Keighley to address this on the show, and I don't think he could say anything to help, but his stay out of everything attitude will not wash this time. He'll be in the meat grinder with the rest of us, and it remains to be seen how a man buoyed by populism and never having a public opinion beyond loving a video game deals with that. She then goes on to say that if Black Myth Wukong and Stellar Blade don't sweep the awards, then gamers are going to feel like the entire thing is rigged. And after stating, when these folk demand Black Myth and Stellar Blade sweep the board, I see replies like, what about Final Fantasy? What about Astrobot? What about Metaphor? What about Infinite Wealth? What about Dragon's Dogma? What about Balatro? What about 1000 Times Resist? And the reply I see from these apparent fans is always the same. I haven't played most of them. These people don't even have opinions on games, they just like being mad. They're the only people who ever cared about Dustborn or Unknown 9, and yet they parade around their heads as if they bested Rob Stark. If this campaign had started a few months earlier, Hogwarts Legacy being snubbed at the Game Awards 2023 would have been huge news. People that like Black Myth Wukong and Stellar Blade are immediately looped into the group of these people, games that only had controversy because it was manufactured by Games Media, and the players felt that they had to stand up to protect those games that they love and enjoyed, and they want to make sure that those games are recognized. Right, so the only solution to players not feeling represented by the industry is to have the industry speak out against those players that you disagree with, to put them in their place. And you're upset that Jeff Keighley doesn't want to get caught in the middle of that and feels like it's not his place to do so. This is no different than the media campaign to get Keighley to say anything about industry layoffs. Like, that would have any impact outside of virtue signaling over something that you can't control and ultimately don't even understand. If you're wondering where all of this is coming from, it's because we're already dealing with so many issues where players are not feeling represented by these gaming outlets. Our perspectives are not shared, and oftentimes, it feels like the media's perspective seems adversarial to its own audience. That's why players are speaking out. It's only controversy because you made it controversy. The disparity in representation of the Game Awards voting process highlights a troubling disconnect between the event and the games that it's supposed to celebrate. When 90% of the vote is controlled by a jury of industry professionals, who some, actually a lot of them, have nothing to do with gaming at all, it undermines the credibility of the awards. Players see this as yet another example of their voices being sidelined, a reoccurring theme in a relationship between gaming media and its audience. This isn't about players just wanting popular games to win, it's about us feeling like our preferences, priorities, and experiences are dismissed in favor of industry politics or critical preferences that don't align with the average player's perspective. Players invest countless hours into games, dissecting mechanics, narrative depth, and the passion behind the development process. I think what we're seeing right now is a massive contrast in the games industry because of social media, the internet, and gaming's explosive popularity, where gamers are now more educated and engaged with these games than the journalists that are scoring them and the panelists that are awarding them.
True! 100%.
Players love their games. Of course they're going to be upset when they see that their favorite game isn't being recognized. But when they see an industry that is
I wouldn't say favorite game. Lots of people could say favorite game. I would say if I see a game that I know for a fact shouldn't be there, I'm going to be pissed. If the game has no right to be in the category, that's when I'll be annoyed. If it's just a game that exists and, oh man, I roll category, it's not even that big of a deal, it doesn't even register on my radar, that's one thing. But if it's something that shouldn't be there because I know for a fact it cannot compare and it cannot compete, I'm rolling. I'm rolling. I'm 100% rolling. 100% rolling. 100%, 1000%.
Constantly pushing back against them. That's including gossip magazines to vote the best game of the year. Who are you to say that they're wrong? And I think that's my biggest concern when it comes to all of this. It's that growing divide between games media and the games industry and the players. And it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And you're only making it worse when you're adding in NPR and Variety and Rolling Stone and New York Times and LA Times. What do they have to do with video games? Let's be real. The vast majority of these outside outlets are likely going to vote based on popularity, whether or not they've heard of the game or not, because they likely haven't even played them in the first place. And what does that serve?
And that ties into Alyssa Mercante being a part of her new gaming rack, now doesn't it? Because if they don't know a goddamn thing about the video game, who the fuck are they learning it from? Not I. but from Melissa.
To do? Does that share the perspective of the players? No, I don't think that it does at all. So of course players are going to push back against it. Of course players are going to feel like it's somewhat unfair, because in truth it is unfair. And I think it's really important that these games are represented the way that they should be, because there are some really tangible benefits to being nominated, to being awarded. And you know, from a player's perspective, you know, if I see Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree win Game of the Year, am I going to be happy? Sure, I really liked it. It was really good, but I also don't think that that sends the best message to the industry. What are we teaching them? What are we telling them? Are we going to be optimistic about it and say they're going to go, oh, we just need to make really good DLC? Or are they going to say, you know, hey, our single player games, why do we need to make sequels to any of these? Why should we bother making new IPs? Maybe instead what we should do is just continue to add on to the games that we already have, which they've been doing in the past, but maybe now they want to push into it even further. So, I mean, I hate to be a doomer about it, but in most cases, they don't really like to make the right choices in those kind of things. And a lot of it is money motivated. And let's be real, if you get Game of the Year, it does earn you some money. I can't tell you guys how many times I had friends that reached out to me because they kept seeing Baldur's Gate 3 getting mentioned, whether they were winning another award, whether players were talking about an award or something like that. And these folks that, you know, never played a turn-based game before finally gave the game a shot because they just kept hearing about it. So at one point in time, it all has to be true, and I got to give the game a shot, and that's how it works for some of these games. That's not saying that these awards make successful games, like I said earlier, but it does really give them an extra boost that keeps them in the spotlight, gives them a little bit of extra money, and, you know, those games deserve it.
It depends. At time of launch, Helldivers 2 deserved the push. Space Marines 2, a game that recently was released, and you cannot necessarily say that it deserves the same margin. Very hard to argue. Because when we have the chance to say that it could deserve it, it's being compared on a level that puts it something akin to a lottery system. It's all polluted. It puts on something that's akin to a lottery system. Does it deserve to have the attention? Yes, no. Is it being beloved by gamers, or is it being liked by people that are saying you should buy this game because we say so? If so, we're probably not meeting the margin of what we need to hit. And at that point, we might have a little bit of delusion involved in our process. We might have a little bit of bias that's fucking up our process. Because I think there's a bunch of games that are on my list right now that should be on that Game Award list. But they shouldn't be on the Game Award list in the capacity of what some of them are being listed for right now. Well, 100%, 1000%, they are not and should not. Because they should be on that list if they're actually deserving of the attention. Not just because the Gaming Rag said it's the best of the best. It's got the best stuff. This person is on top of my fishing point.
And they actually deserve it. So, I don't know. I don't really know what, like, the solution to something like this is either, because, like, I don't really see the Game Awards somehow getting closer to the perspective of the players. I mean, this whole, like, 90 versus 10% thing is just, like, crazy to me.
The way that it should be, if you want to be serious, is 60-40, audience versus critic. If you want to be serious, the Game Awards should be 60% audience vote, 40% critic vote. The deciding factor on the vote is considered with a weighting that takes the audience opinion into concern with the industry opinion. And at the tiebreaker, the audience opinion has to be weighed against people that are experts in that field. And the way that you do that is that the selection process for the experts has to be from people who are actual content creators. So, on that list of names, if you remove the celebrity gossip rags, and you put on, in the category of best RPG, the list of people who are rating the RPGs is myself, Mahler, the entirety of EFAP, and then 6 other variety streamers. And then when it comes down to the vote on an RPG, there was a panel that broke down why they're putting their vote in on the tiebreaker for whatever it is they're voting for between the 2 games, because it should only be 2 things in the tiebreaker. No 3-man tiebreaks, and you just go straight right back to the poll, and you keep going until you get down to the grand final between the 2 final types. When they cast their vote, they have to publicly cast their vote. Not behind a boardroom. Publicly, they talk about the game, and they break down why they're voting for the game. The reason why Balatro should win is because I can't remember the last time I sat down and could not get Jimbo's music out of my head. That's how you should do that. If there's a category that has Helldivers 2 versus Space Marines 2, that content creator cannot vote on that game if they have not played over 100 hours of the game. This would actually justify the early adoption of a video game coming out. Oh man, if I don't play over 100 hours of this game and I'm invited to this event, I cannot be the deciding tiebreaker on whether or not this game is good. And if I've spent enough time and I'm one of the early adopters that says, guys, you need to get this game, it's amazing, I should be the one who can make the tie-breaking vote. Because now I can say, yes, Helldivers 2 is great. It was always great. We let some issues and bugs stop us from allowing it to be great. And the developers allowed balancing and that one fucking guy to take away from the work that the entire staff and Joel was putting together. And then when we got to the escalation of freedom, we got back again and we made Super Earth great again. And we're gonna make it great again. And then you segue into some shit like, and that's because right after winning this, we're gonna be dropping a patch tonight. Log in, dude! Log in, dude! That's how you would do that. That's how you would do that. You harmonize the people who are talking about it, who have the most passion, not who has the biggest fucking numbers. Now, if they happen to have the biggest passion and they have the biggest numbers, they're more, like, they're more better, more good. Then we have no really. They're just upset that you're not the person doing it. And at that point, be one of the many people that's in the audience vote. It should be an actual live stream party that every content creator can say, "Oh yeah, I made 5 videos about this event. I want to see my favorite picks on my shopping list on my report card win." It should be between myself and multiple other people and multiple other audiences. All report cards that all have the same or similar ratings on them. Because, hey, we all played the same games. We should all have the same opinions. Not because we have a harmonized opinion that is exactly the same down to the iota, but yeah, Dustborn was garbage, and here's why I said it. Dustborn was garbage, and here's why Aiden said it. Dustborn was garbage, and here's why Jay said it. Although Jay would be disqualified under these categories because Jay didn't complete the game, and I did. And others did. You complete the game to completion for the purposes of writing a review, however you want to manage it, however you want to factor it. That's how it should be done. Because now when you get to these categories, you can actually have somebody explain to you, "Hey yo, why the fuck is this game on the list?" Because these picks are dumb. Some of these picks are dumb. That's the world that should exist in my head. back hurts. My back hurts, chat. My back hurts. Where's my gummy sharks? I am looking for my gummy sharks. Damn. I think I left my gummy sharks at her place. Well, that's candy I'm not eating. Oh well. Where am I? 1 second, chat. 1 second. A lot of tunes back. But in the perfect world of gaming media, there should never be a fucking Game Award event, even if it's a meaningless popularity contest, where people who are not in games media should have controlling vote interest over the topic. Because at that point, the event is moot, and the purposes of the event is moot.
Why do you even have us vote if that's the case? Because 9 times out of 10, our vote doesn't matter. Right? Well, I guess that's probably not really exactly how the math works, but I would guess that the vast majority of times our votes don't even really count. I would almost bet that they probably don't even check it to begin with. Why would you? They're not even necessary at that point. And yeah, I don't know. Anyway, tell me what you guys think. You know, one of the other things I'll bring this up to before I finish. You know, looking at some of the awards and some of the different nominations, you know, things don't really make a lot of sense. Because looking at like ongoing games as an example, how is Diablo 4 voted for best ongoing game, but we're not seeing Warframe as an example, or Path of Exile?
Because the journalists, good point, because the journalists won't play those games. Game journalists are trying to argue for fucking journal modes so they can be able to play AAA fanfare so they can push out the goy slop. You think they finna pay? Do you think they're gonna take a 1 week investment dip on a seasonal event like Necro Settlers? No. They are not. They're not. They're not. They're not gonna do it. It's outside their field of interest. Their field of interest is making money and talking about the new games quickly. Not talking about them as a labor of love. So they're not. They're not going to play it. They're not going to play it. They're not going to put in the hours. They're not going to put in the time. Because they're not interested. They're not interested in doing it. It's outside the sphere of influence.
When those games are not only more popular, but more successful and also more liked by their community. I mean, Path of Exile is an example. They've been developing and continuing to support the base game while they're making a new game, and then plan to still support both equally in the future. How are you not showing some love, appreciation, and shining a spotlight on that, especially for the kind of value that it brings to the players?
It's not about the players. It's about the industry. It's about parasitizing the support and the love of games beloved by the player base to suit the ego of Jeff Keighley in the industry. Because they don't really like our opinions. And they don't really like our shit. And they would rather us be dead.
Kind of appreciation it shows to the players. I saw Asmongold recently brought up another Crab's Treasure for Games of Impact because of how well it does, you know, environmentalism and things like that.
Oh no! If there is anything, if there is a single fucking thing, excuse you, sir. If there is a single thing that another Crab's Treasure should be brought up for, if there's a single thing that Krill and the boys should be recognized for, I will pull it up for you right now. Where is the fucking noun for another Crab's Treasure? Where is it on the music list? This is a game that had cultural impact across the entire level for this fucking dub line. There is no world where a speed that goes that disgustingly hard should have ever been passed over for music. So where is its nom? And God forbid. Where's the rap remix?
It's another crash, it's a goddamn. 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 Let me get my pitchfork. Why the fuck you gotta take my cell phone? No problem, finna get that ass, here we go. No problem, finna get that ass, here we go. Baby, come and shake it for a cross station. Throw it back and make a wave with the rotation. Feeling crabby, come and test me with the temptation. Once you drop it down, load it for the vibration. 1, 2 step, slide like I'm 2 C's. On a service, don't you think that you can use me? Started ripping shit up, like some loose leaves. Finna take you down below, under the sea. Mission's almost done, I think you gotta trust me. Had an edge and you still couldn't touch me. Ain't a threat, kid back, getting comfy. Once when I ain't pay that shit monthly. Step back real quick, bitch you ugly. Get myself back, give a fuck about your money. Shake it for the crust. Go and shake it for the money, man. Go and shake it for the money, man.
That to me is impact. That right there to me is impact. That's what I love. That's what I care about. Shame. Fucking crying shame. But you know, it's all good. It's all good in the hood. All good in the hood. Look away. It's garbage.
Metaphor would be another really good example of a game that could make it into Games of Impact. It's one of the very few games in the last few years that I've seen be able to cover a topic like diversity in the right way. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did, share the video with your friends, like the video, subscribe to the channel, comment down below. Let me know what you guys think about the Game Award nominations. Did your favorite game make it up there? What game should have been up there? What game shouldn't have been up there? If you say Balatro, you're banned. stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe, my friends. I'll catch you guys in the next video. Peace.
Family, 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 family.
Kappa. Now, let's go to the noms. Let's go to the noms. I talked about them on a small level. I talked about them on a small level when I went live again on Monday. But let's dig into it live. Fuck. I can't breathe. I'm too good. Okay. Let's get serious about this list. Let's start up at the top. Of all the things that can be said about this list, the first thing that has to be understood and talked about is the Game of the Year. Game of the Year means something to a lot of people. Because, of course, the GOAT! The GOAT! Meaning greatest of all time. In Gautier, you just drop the E on the end. Just like the title. And just like the musician who made something that I used to know. You only call a game Game of the Year if it does something that no other game in the category can do. No other game offered to the category can do. To really break down why Game of the Year is good, we kind of have to work our way backwards. I think that'd be best. So, let's look our way backwards. Which games us to best VR and AR. And also just to make sure that we're concurrent to what they are properly. Why is the Game Awards not just showing me the Game Award website? Lord have mercy. Yeah, GameAwards.com. I don't know why they didn't come up in SEO domination. Okay, there are a lot more categories here that are actually not listed everywhere else. Let's do it this way. Alright, let's start backwards. Let's go to the bottom of the list. Best eSport team. I can tell you right now, the number one problem with the Game Awards is categories like Best Esports Team. Raise your hand if you recognize a single person who's on that list. Now me, I know all of them, but that's because I actually follow esports. Raise your hand if you in chat know a single fucking team or a single person on the teams in this list. I don't expect a lot of hands. I see no hands. Point proven. Okay? That's the first problem with Game of the Year. And with award shows in general. There's not a single fucking person who's watching the Game Awards to find out about the best esports team of the year. Let alone in games that they probably do not play at all. Of my picks that I could pick from here, there's only one team that would be picked for best esports team. And that should be South Korea's Telecom 1. SKT1. Or T1 for short. Alongside Na'Vi in Counter-Strike and in Dota. It's probably some of the better teams to exist in existence. Simply because they are dominating world champions. But if you don't play the game, you don't know who the fuck they are. Because nobody watches competitive. And by that I mean, nobody watches competitive seriously enough to look at and compare them to what they should compare them to. There's not enough people who consume competitive content to be able to exist across the margins necessary to understand esports teams. There's not. And even in the fans of the games, they do not watch the content of the competitive scene. They only watch Worlds, which for them is their Game Awards. And they don't engage with the content of it unless they're being told that they'll be giving money to it. So that's the first fucking problem. Now, let's go forward. Which basically means go this way. Best esports athlete. This is an even worse problem. Raise your hand if you know any of the people on this team. Or teams. I will give you a hint. Some of the people that are on this list are on these teams that are in best esports team. But unless you know who the fuck they are, you have no idea who the fuck that is. Period. And maybe the only way you'd know is if you watch them because they stream the game. Like, I can tell you in this screenshot for Team Liquid that the person who's on that stage is Lorlo. But he's not on the stage for playing the game. He's not on the stage for the game that he's a part of. That's for League of Legends. They're saying Team Liquid for fucking Dota 2. Then, moving from esports to esports athlete, number one, there's only two real competitors in this tier. Faker, Chovy. Yong Yihu and Lee Sen-hyuk are literally the best of the best at what they do in the competitive sport that they're a part of. ZMJ is probably the best runner-up. Those are League of Legends players. Alexei Valerian, Matthew Herbot, and Neda Shapira, an entire other capacity for their games. And they are Dota 2 and Counter-Strike. In their respective fields, they're good. But this is about the best of the best of the best. Of the best esport athlete who's been performing year after year, split after split, season after season. And there's only really two people who come up in that capacity, and that's Chovy and Faker. They are running the Americans! They are running the gamut on the Americans! The only time that they ever lose is when they're being beaten by another Korean or European team. The Americans can never fucking compete. And yet, why are they on this list? Why are they at the Game Awards? Recognize them at a different event. We have the games, not the people who are playing the games. Then, of course, best esport game. This is where it starts being recognizable, because they put this right before the other ones. Because you could go like, oh, so now they talked about the people who play these games. But then, why is Riot Games on this list twice? Well, I know why Riot Games is on this list twice. Riot Games is on this list twice because they're competing against the other two games that are against Valve on this list twice. They're competing against Dota 2 and Counter-Strike. But it's not CSGO, it's Counter-Strike 2. Technically, if you want to be accurate, for the game that has delivered the most overall best esport experience to players, inclusive of tournaments, community support, and content updates, irrespective of genre and platform, there is an argument for why it's here, which is the same reason why Mobile Legends Bang Bang is also here. Because at that point, why is League of Legends here and not League of Legends Wild Rift? Considering that it's a better game than League of Legends, but for mobile. Separate, different event. We're here about single player and multiplayer games that people actually like playing. That don't give them fucking anger issues. That don't piss them the fuck off. Moving forward on the list. Again, why are people on this list for Content Creator of the Year? Because this is now, popularity contest. Not accounting for the VTuber, who more than likely had to earn her spot to be on this list. Queso. Who doesn't know Queso? I know who doesn't know Queso. Most fucking people who aren't Twitch streamers. The only way you know who Queso is if you happen to understand the melody of what I'm about to sing. Strawberry cheesecake! And that's it. He's a fat guy who's known for getting mocked by his audience for being fat. You would know him if you know about the Papa Meat Canyon video that was made satirizing how people talk about him. But you don't know who the fuck these people are! And why would you? Then, you move forward. Most anticipated game. Now we can actually talk about some of this serious. Now we're in a competitive field where you can actually make some kind of judgment about something that deserves to be voted upon. Death Stranding 2 on the beach. Ghost of Yotai. GTA 6. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. Monster Hunter Wilds. There are 3 games on this list, technically 4, depending on if you like movie games, that actually has a justification of winning. Metroid Prime, Monster Hunters, GTA 6, and Ghost of Yotai and Death Stranding 2 are competing in the last slot against each other. I am of the Metroid Prime fanbase. I am of the Metroid fanbase. We have not been eating for fucking years! We were starving with dread! And then you tell us Metroid Prime 4 is coming around the corner, it's coming up soon? Monster Hunter Wilds releases February next year. We are marching towards December with great haste. We're waiting. I didn't play the open playtest because I want to learn it all on day one, fresh and clean as the day she put me in. Grand Theft Auto 6, AAA Voice Law. It's expected to be there, but hey, it's at least a multiplayer game or a single player game people will enjoy. And then Death Stranding 2 and Ghost of Yotai operate in the same position. Ghost of Yotai, single player. Death Stranding 2, movie game for voice acting and impact and a bunch of other shit that I don't care for. But at the very minimum, these 5 picks are actual serious contestants. Queso is the most wholesome streamer ever, but most people don't know who the fuck he is. Because in order to know him, you have to know streamer culture. And most people don't engage with streamer culture. They only engage with the memes that they see. Pumpkin Potion is a perfect case example of that. Everybody was hot for her when they saw the stream clips of her shit. But it didn't translate into them watching her. Either way, most anticipated game is where you can actually start having a conversation about the games. Then we get into the best adaptation. Arguably, this is tangential to games, in that these are adaptations of their storylines. Now you start getting into EFAP territory. Should Tomb Raider, The Legend of Lara Croft be on this list when this series just came out? Knuckles is older, Arcane is older, Fallout is older, even Yakuza Like a Dragon is older. should they be on this list? And then, if we're talking about who deserves to be on the list, do they have enough pull to legitimize its adaptation? Because at that point, why is Knuckles here by itself and not the entire movie Sonic franchise? From Sonic the Hedgehog 1 to Sonic the Hedgehog 2 and Knuckles. And then technically the upcoming Sonic the Hedgehog 3. But then if you want to get down to brass tacks, who truly deserves to win adaptation? And are there people that are left out of adaptation that should have been on this list? I can't think of any shows. Because if this is about another entertainment medium's translation. And unless we're talking about something that's playing on an audiobook, I can't really think of anything. Arcane, right now, is premiering its final season in acts. Just like it did for its first season, in acts of 1 through 3. Building up a 3-act structure that will break down the world between Zaun and Piltover. The storyline between these two nations, basically, and a couple of characters that are champions that correlate to the game. Another opportunity, by the way, just like how I said about Helldivers 2, for them to harmonize on releases for the game and say, you guys voted and it won, and now coming up soon, a patch that's going to be live literally in 1 hour. Log in, dude! Arcane has brought a lot of people to start simping over Jace. Simping over Jace, simping over Ambessa, simping over Arcane's design of, well, technically just Arcane's design of Jinx, Arcane's design of Violet, Vi, Arcane's design of Caitlyn, generally over the Twink Crusher herself, Ambessa, her daughter Mel, and even over Victor and Jace, ideologically speaking, and Echo as well, and Heimerdinger as well. Fallout? Walter Goggins is probably the best pull of this show. But for everything else, Fallout should lose, automatically. Period. Ultimately, the show itself is not bad, but the writing can get really shit. The entertainment factor of watching the ghoul do what he does is great. But that's not enough to carry the franchise. Then, Knuckles, having watched it, especially from the complainers that finally said, how dare you put your politics in my media context, but make it Israel and make it Jews. Knuckles, just like Sonic the Hedgehog 1 and 2, takes a lot of time to actually respect the canonity of at least the Adventure Saga. It is a satisfying story, with a satisfying roundabout conclusion. It doesn't make you feel like shit watching it. It doesn't make you feel like shit enjoying it. Tomb Raider, The Legend of Lara Croft, I'm pretty sure is on this list because people are simping for Hayley Atwell. They are simping for Hayley Atwell and the lesbian-designed Lara Croft. Truly, DEI Goyslop. But, of the strongest adaptations that are on this list, I don't have an opinion of Like the Dragon Yakuza. For me, I think it's bland. It's just there because they wanted to try and push this on the Western example. But, of the strongest competitors on this list, Arcane competes against Knuckles, and Fallout has to take a hard second. Lara Croft probably takes third. Not the greatest assembly, but again, this is basically shit about adaptation that has nothing to do about video games that I can fucking play. And the movies would not encourage me to play the games, because I'd be looking for the newest era of games, of course. It's not like I expect that if Fallout were to win, they're gonna come out with a release for Fallout 76. We're making it free for a year. Try it out. Get three free months of Fallout first. I don't see it. Moving on. Best multiplayer. Helldivers 2 and Warhammer Space Marines 2 is here. Somehow, Super Mario Party Jamboree is on this list as well. Tekken 8 is on this list as well. But not Sparking Zero. Bizarre. And then, of course, the AAA Goyslop choice, Black Ops 6. The strongest competitors on this list is Tekken 8, Space Marines 2, and Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 and Space Marine 2 are competing against each other because they have the exact same thing in common. And what they have in common is that they were a first early adopter move game that was being sold as the newest return of gaming joy. But of course, the gaming loci, as I call them, the culture vultures, all they did was migrate from Helldivers 2 to Space Marines 2 and say the same shit that they said about Helldivers about Space Marines 2. So their opinion is not being considered here. But the cultural zeitgeist that they bring for content, especially in the update, Helldivers 2 has ingoodified itself to deserve its spot on this list. Space Marines 2 created enough content for both the PvM players and the PvP players that they can justify a spot on this list. Tekken more than justifies its spot on this list for both casual players as well as the competitive players that are playing on the ranked ladders. Call of Duty is on this list simply because it is a multiplayer game for people who like shooters. This, of course, I don't think includes Warzone, but I think there's more people who are farming the zombies mode than anything else. I cannot tell you why Super Mario Party Jamboree is on this list. I can't. I didn't even realize they released a new Mario Party. But it's probably because they released it as Super Mario Party. Come on, Nintendo. Come on, Nintendo. Okay. Super Mario Party Jamboree, Nintendo Switch, physical. Does not say when it was released, but I have to assume it was released this year. (22 playable characters, 7 game boards, 110 mini-games, in single-player and multiplayer modes. This article was written October 29th, 2024. But you're showing me a picture for Wonder. Interesting. Review threads. It offers a great selection of minigames, well-tuned mechanics, dynamic max, a bunch of side modes. Wikipedia entry. I do not care. Wikipedia, get out of my face. Released October 17th. Yeah, I think this is way too new. No. Mario Party Jamboree is way too new. It's way too new. However, who do I think should sweep this contestment? Ranks 1 and 2 are going to be hard contested between Helldivers 2, Space Marines 2, and Tekken 8. Tekken 8 should definitely take, if not top spot number 1, simply for being more consistent. Because in my opinion, while it should be a best multiplayer, it probably doesn't take 1. It probably takes 1 if Space Marines 2 doesn't get a audience vote that breaks it over the tie, or if the industry figures don't vote for Space Marines 2 because they're culture vultures. Or they don't try to vote in Call of Duty Black Ops 6. In my opinion, who should win this category? If Tekken 8 does not take slot 1, Helldivers 2 has a hard contestment against Space Marines 2 and takes slot 1. Otherwise, Space Marines 2 takes slot 1, Helldivers takes slot 2, and Tekken 8 takes slot 3. It could go between the 3 of them. But those are the hardest competitors. Somewhere in that list, Call of Duty will exist. If it's rigged, it will be Call of Duty. If it's not rigged, it will be between these 3. Best sports and racing. Anybody playing sports and racing games. Not for real, for real. There are some competitors who will. There are some people who are definitely picking up WWE 2K24. But this is not even looked at by most players. Most people do not see this. In my opinion, the one that's going to take it automatically, just for simplicity of fun, is going to be WWE. Like 100%. WWE would take it, if we're being serious. Sin and Strategy. Another one on the list. One that shouldn't be here. Age of Mythology Retold. This is like if you released Age of Empires and put it here. Kunitsugami, Unicorn Overlord, Mana Lords, Frostpunch 2. 2 games are competing on this list. Unicorn Overlord, Vanillaware Studios, Sega and Atlas. This game comes from the same maker as Odin Sphere. Notisphere already wins in a lot of capacity for their knowledge about how to make a game better and how to make a game fun. Frostpunk 2 is the other hard competitor on this list, especially considering that it's a single player game that requires a lot of knowledge to be able to play, just like Civilization. Age of Mythology probably takes a third slot. I do not know enough about Manalords to be able to cast an opinion about it. It could be a reverse sweeper, but based on what I have heard and what I've seen about it, I don't think it's enough. Not to beat over the amount of joy people are going to have, because people are going to vote for this because they're going to see this as the audience opinion. And this or this will end up being the industry opinions. So it's either Frostpunk 2 or Unicorn Overlord. Next on the list, Best Family. I looked into this for Astrobot and the Plucky Squire. In terms of family play, like people together, playing it together, it's Astrobot versus Princess Peach Showtime and the Plucky Squire. Because this looks more like, in the case of Echoes of Wisdom, looks more like a single player game. Because of course it's running on the engine for Link's Awakening, which is what they would use for all of their popular remakes. And this is what I thought was going to happen. I was almost certain that they were using the design engine that was used for Link's Awakening to make Echoes of Wisdom. And my thoughts were confirmed. It's the same way I thought this about Tokyo Mirage Sessions. And how Tokyo Mirage Sessions engine was just the SMT 4.5 engine that they would then use for SMT5 and SMT5 Vengeance. And I'm happy that I did not pull the trigger on SMT5 at the time, because now I get to play the updated version with all the perks! But Princess Peach Showtime probably takes more. Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, simply because more people have been playing it recently, probably takes over more. Astrobot probably takes over more. Plucky Squire has enough of an argument, because it's like if you take the work of the author of Captain Underpants. I can't remember his name. Dave Pilkey? Dav Pilkey. No, Dave and Dav. David Dav Pilkey. It's like if you took the art design of that and created an unironically real storybook that plays out on the screen. All of these, I imagine, are great family picks. And this is where I would justify seeing Super Mario Party Jamboree. If it's going to be on the list, it should be in this capacity, and this order. This is also the first mention of Astrobot. Count how many times that happens for any of the Gautier noms. Moving forward. Best Fighting. Tekken 8. Sparking Zero's first mention. Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising. MVC Remaster. And Multiverses. Multiverses should not be on this list, in my opinion. But MVC shouldn't be on this list either, because this is a repackage. A censored repackage even, but a repackage. Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising, heard nothing about it, despite it being an Arc Systems game. So it's competing against Dragon Ball Sparking Zero and Tekken 8. Sparking Zero should sweep this. Tekken 8 takes it at number 2, but Sparking Zero sweeps this. There's nothing that has more energy behind it than Sparking Zero on this list. Because there should be technically 5 games plus more on these lists for these noms. They only chose 5. There should be 10. Moving forward. Best RPG. Here we see the first mention of Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, but yet here is the first mention of Dragon's Dogma 2, which released much earlier in that. On this list as well is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which is also in the Gautier list. Then we see Infinite Wealth and Re-Fantenzino, which is also on that list. Fantenzino probably earns its spot here, simply as a close enough copy to SMT and Persona to get past the margin to get people interested in it. Not accounting for the fucking dog shit writing and localization. And worldviews written therein. 7 should not be on this fucking list, period. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't even be in Game of the Year either. But it shouldn't be here simply because this game was false marketing. We were being given a remaster of Final Fantasy VII. What we were being sold was a what-if fantasy sequel. Call it its own thing. Call it a reshipping of what was done with Final Fantasy XIII. But do not try and sell me a lie about this game. They want to push this because they are so scared of inserting discs 2, it is unfucking real. And then, my serious contention with Shadow of the Erdtree being on SRPG versus Dragon Dogma 2. Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen, which is to say, the finalized version of Dragon's Dogma. One that you could still play today, because remember, the dragon never truly resets. He just goes through generation cycles. Is a game that you can always revisit, unlike Dark Souls, and I would even argue unlike base concept Elden Ring, that gives you so much replayability and so much fun with replaying the game over and over in different ways. And it's extremely hard to argue that there isn't a way for you to enjoy that loop. And the same thing exists as well in Dragon's Dogma 2. I saw them Sphinx edits. I saw y'all motherfuckers simping over a bird woman. I saw it. I saw it. I saw y'all. You were seen. You were spotted. You were noticed. But it definitely did more than Erdtree did. Erdtree is simply fun because it's the most popular one. Dogma had more technical prowess. It had more effort and concepts made about it. Period. In a serious contest, Dogma and Erdtree are fighting against each other for number 1. Metaphor secures a solid number 2. Infinite Dragon, bottom of the barrel. And then, I guess, because of that, whatever happens between 7 and Infinite Wealth, you have your 4 and 5. Dragon's Dogma, in my opinion, should be number 1. Shadow of the Erdtree is a very close second. And then Metaphor takes 3rd. Because of that. These 3 should be in Game of the Year. But of course, in my opinion, there should be at least 10 nominations. But these 3 should be in Game of the Year. And they're not. At least, Dragon's Dogma is not. I don't know if anybody else has ever played Dragon's Dogma. We probably will play it on camera at some point, especially if we have to filler for content for January and February. But oh my god, this game is so goddamn good. How the fuck is it not there? Moving forward. Here we go. Another nom of Astrobot, this time for action adventure. Technically, you could say this is action adventure and platforming. Laughable, laughable, laughable. Although, I would have to say, in the case of Ubisoft, The Lost Crown, if you get past the Wakanda is forever bullshit of the new fucking title character, is a 2D platformer return to glory in the original concept of Prince of Persia. And when I say the original Prince of Persia, I mean literally the original, like, Atari 64 version of Prince of Persia. It gets closer to the spirit of what Prince of Persia 1 through 3, The Sands of Time, Warrior Within, and Two Thrones was trying to achieve. It does the same thing that Rayman Legends and Legends 2 does, in which it brings the spirit of the world into the modern day design, but brings it to a 2D aspect. Silent Hill 2 is more of a movie game and a visual novel than it is an action-adventure game. Because Resident Evil would have more justification to be on this list. But of course, Resident Evil 8 was not released this year, and neither was the DLC for Rose. Even then, I can understand why this remake, because it is a remake, was pushed. We all know why Star Wars Outlaws is on this list. And then, here again, another show of Echoes of Wisdom. Because Astrobot is nothing but action platforming, it probably takes number 1 simply by being the most accessible game. Prince of Persia and Echoes of Wisdom compete against each other. If the industry tilt does what it does, they're probably going to try and vote for Star Wars Outlaws. Because Star Wars Outlaws, unfortunately, is going to push itself to the forefront by being a game that does something we've never seen before! More on that when we get to games on Impact. If the industry votes the way it does, Silent Hill 1, Star Wars 2, Astrobot 3, and then they don't give a fuck about these two. But they'll make a semi-mention about Lost Crown because black male protagonist, with dreads. If the votes for the support come through for players, player votes probably votes Astrobot 1, and probably a mixed bag between Lost Crown and Echoes of Wisdom. And then, third, hard lock Silent Hills 2, if it does not take 2, as an upset between these two. And then they fall into Category 3, Category 4, and then the entire voting block votes against Star Wars Outlaws. Moving on. Action game. Technically we call it character action game. Black Ops should not be in the fucking list for best action game. Period. It shouldn't be in this list. Because this is a multiplayer game. It is a glorified storyline campaign, zombies, and multiplayer. It should not be an action game. Ignoring it, Black Myth Wukong, Helldivers 2, Space Marines 2, Stellar Blade. We have an argument for where Stellar Blade competes against Black Myth and possibly knocks it out for position 1. Because if we're going to be serious about the amount of games that deserve to have that part of the list, there would be more argument to replace Call of Duty with Lies of P. It wouldn't win, but it has more right to be on this list. Although I'm pretty sure that was not released this year. If it was, my brain is foggy on it. I didn't play Lies of P. I just know that it exists. And I watched Dev play it, of course. That being said, Black Myth Wukong and Stellar Blade are single player. Helldivers 2 and Space Marines 2 are multiplayer. The only concept that would apply for this, I think, should have been single player video games. Because then, if you vote single player video games, this is where you actually have a right to slide in Shadow of the Erdtree or Dragon's Dogma. If you want to be serious, Dragon's Dogma is more action combat than it is the RPG element. The RPG element comes in with how you pick the playstyle that you then choose to go into. So, why the fuck is he here? Lies of P was last year. Okay. I've been picking up a lot of water. So, that being said, ignoring Black Ops 6, whatever wins Best Action Game depends on how many people are voting in the block. If they're pushing live service games, which is what I expect the industry to do, they're going to compete Helldivers 2 against Space Marines. If they're voting for single-player games, the industry is going to do a 180 and they're going to push Black Myth. If they care about audience opinion as well as audience opinion, whether or not they plus or minus for the Gooner bait, it would be Stellar Blade. My voting block says that these two fight for number 1. And then these two fight for number 2. And then bottom of the barrel should be Black Ops. Moving forward. Best VR and AR. This is one that people aren't going to give a shit about because they probably didn't even know that these were being made. In my opinion, the best one was probably Arkham Shadow. From there, Metal Hellsinger. And then maybe Asgard's Wrath. Everything else that could have been in this field, for VR and AR, most players won't have a vote because they can't afford the fucking technology. I know I can't afford a MetaQuest. Can you afford a MetaQuest, chat? Raise your hand if you can afford a MetaQuest. I forgot to turn the tower off. You have the quest too. Rich man, rich man. But my point stands. Most players do not have the ability to afford this. So because they don't have the ability to afford it, it's a nothing category for them. Some probably will have a strong opinion. Me, personally, of what I saw of Arkham, Arkham would have the biggest push because it looks like a proper Arkham game that was just crushed down into VR. Honestly, if this game was released for a console, it probably would win awards, simply off the fact that it looks like a better game than what was given by anyone involved with the WB recently. It looks like a good game that people want to actually play. Whether or not they give it the credit as such remains to be seen. In that position, I put Arkham Shadows number 1. Not a very big list that most people are really banking on. Moving forward. Best mobile game. This one is really hard. And the reason why it's really hard is because Balatro and Wuthering Waves is on this list, next to Zenless Zero and AFK Journey. I don't know a lot of people who play Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket. I don't know a lot of people who actively are competitors in Pokemon TCG. But for those who are unaware or uninformed, Wuthering Waves, Zenless Zero, and AFK Journey is a series of games that are made for the anime consuming market. Alongside this would be Nikki and others that have the anime appeal. If there was a pocket version of the First Descendant and they were to put it on this list, First Descendant probably would just slap no matter fucking what. But the First Descendant cannot be played on mobile unless you're playing Steam Deck, I think. But Balatro is on this list next to these games. These three games, for the market appeal that they have, actually make up a very serious voting block of the American voting public that could be voting for this, or the general global voting public that could be voting for this. Off that alone, I would say Wuthering Waves is probably the bigger competitor. Because ironically enough, because it wasn't released this year, you cannot put the other one that Wuthering Waves gets compared to on here, Genshin Impact. You can't put Genshin Impact on here, but Wuthering Waves is here. Has a lot of energy behind it. It's got a lot of push behind it, but so does Balatro. Balatro is probably the first win that it should definitely take. Because I've got Balatro for the Switch, and I've got the Balatro on the PC. I bought it on the PC before I bought it for the Switch, because I wanted that anytime that I went over to my place, I wanted Star to have something to do whenever we were managing Zulu. It's a worthwhile purchase. On the appeal factor alone, I think that would be the list up. Balatro, in my case, would be number 1, and then all of these fall in line based on popularity. Whichever one has the bigger fan base or has the biggest appeal to the market would be the one that gets voted in. In the industry position, they don't have anything in this list that they really want to vote for, so they will only be voting for Balatro. It's a bit of a sweep category for Balatro. Moving forward. Best Indie Debut. Balatro. Because I haven't heard of Animal Well. That doesn't mean that Animal Well isn't relevant, but I haven't heard of Animal Well. And I've been paying attention to most of the zeitgeist. Plucky Squire. When I looked over this list the first time, I looked into it and I looked at it and I thought, When you really talk about the best debut game that was made by an independent studio, it definitely is that. Not aware of Pacific Drive, wasn't aware of Mana Lords. But it's between these two. Don't have a lot to say for some of these because the choice is very fucking simple. Just based on the amount of noise and appeal around it. This is more at the detriment of the publishers not making enough noise about it, and the supporters and the people who like this game not mentioning it enough to other people offhanded. Moving forward, best independent game. Once again, Balatro. There is a world where UFO 50 is number 2. But for most people in the industry, they're probably going to lean on Neva because black protagonist. But Balatro and UFO 50 compete for number 1. Neva competes number 2. Moving forward. Also, that's at least 3 noms for Balatro so far. Best community support. Now we see Baldur's Gate 3. Why? Probably for the same reason you see Final Fantasy 14 and Fortnite. Because this should be the category. Right here. Helldivers 2. Full sweep. Because it's on the list for the same reason No Man's Sky is on the list. No Man's Sky, the number 1 world. Fucking in Goodening. No Man's Sky, no, please. I've had too many good updates. Here's another free update. Helldivers 2 has done the same thing after Buff Divers. 63 days of nerfs, buffs, rebalances, refixes, and community outreach from the owner of the company himself, stepping down from CEO to head of creative to say, I'm gonna bring you the good shit. It deserves to win off that alone. It deserves to win off that alone. It deserves to win off of that alone. Because this is the demonstration of a game that was fucked over by its publisher and was forced in real time to learn how to make the game good again. It's never going to reach back to where it was because there's a bunch of fucking lemmings that already jumped ship to Space Marines 2. But it deserves to win because this was another case example of the market share clearly telling you what the market wants. The market said, I want this game to be good. Multiple people, content chasing for it, said, oh man, it's so bad that they have to do this to the game. I hope they finally make it better again. Update, bit, fix, nerf, fix, buff. 44 buffs in a goddamn row! 44 buffs in a goddamn row! Changes to enemies, changes to weapons, changes to map, additions to the map, changes and nerfs to the weapons, adjustments to the weapons, outright changes that stop bugs that have been a problem since day 1 ever happening again! But you didn't hear shit about it! You certainly didn't from Grums! You certainly didn't from any of the other people! You certainly didn't from the fucking marketplace, because where were they? They were on Space Marines too! It's the same kind of story that deserves to have a video made by Internet Historian about it. On that alone, it should win, period. Now, to glaze Fortnite for a second, because technically Fortnite should be in the multiplayer category as well. If you were to make a best shooter category, it would win. What has happened to Fortnite is an example of a weird thing that very rarely happens ever in a field where people are chasing the content based on a structure of a genre that they want to make work. There are 2 games that I will mention for this. The first is Fortnite, the other one is Battlerite. Those who played Battlerite know that it was in the design of a 2-on-2 and 3-on-3 arena fighter. Fighter in the sense that characters had skills, but it was more like a hero shooter. It went the way of the dodo, just like many games that were made by many companies during this time, chasing the MOBA genre and chasing the Battle Royale genre, went. Because when they went that game originally, it was a $40 to $60 buy-in for a closed audience of people playing concurrently. They were not making enough money to keep the game alive as a live service game, so they then opened it up and made it free to play. And your progression and your unlock of characters was locked behind the progression on that freemium model. This ensured the original game's death. So then they decided to open up Battlerite Royale. And literally made the meme of the moving fucking magic dragon bus. a joke of a meme, if I were ever to say so. Because for those of you who have watched me play, Entropy Effect, it is effectively that. Every character in the game, but you have to unlock their skills. You don't start with a basic setup. You just have to land somewhere, just like Fortnite, and figure out what you're going to use as your skill upgrades, how you're going to get your basic skills unlocked, and whatnot. At least in the effect of Entropy Effect, you start out on a run with a base level of skills, enough to be able to function to clear. And then on your way to your first boss, you figure out what potentials you want to unlock what skills you need, and you figure out how you want those skills to cooperate and interact with each other. And of course, a level 1 run is nowhere near Entropy Effect level 100. But just speaking on that alone, that game and other games like it died because they could not find a marketplace that liked the game loop enough to be willing to play it with a battle royale spin. Now, on the case of Fortnite. Fortnite, as we all know, and if you don't, I will tell you, started out with 2 modes. The first was the more marketed Battle Royale. The second was Save the World. I'm pretty sure Save the World mode no longer exists. I'd be proven wrong. It actually still does exist. I just know for a fact this is not the thing that people know about and talk about with Fortnite. Is Save the World mode still a thing? Come on. Bring it up. Oh my fucking god, Reddit, get it together. Server error. Server error. Is this your Fortnite? Is this your fucking platform? Is this exactly what you talk about? Oh my fucking god. Blah 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 blah. Effectively, Save the World mode is just basically a side mode, more or less. This was the original mode of Fortnite. What originally building was based around. And it has been abandoned, more or less. Or just put off in like a side emergency mode. It's buried for the Norman Gary's mod. Okay. So, Fortnite. 2 modes. Save the World, Battle Royale. Battle Royale starts out with build. Build means you need to be able to build fast and build well and build high in order to get high ground and cover to outplay other opponents. A good enough game loop that gives you enough outreach and enough community support that the best of the best that can do this, think Ninja, think TSM Myth, think Shroud, think It's Timmy, and others that have stable enough skill that can compare and compete, can actually win Royales. Because you cannot rat in Fortnite. You actually need to be able to build, at least in this time of the cycle. I compare it to Guns the Duel. Any person who knows Guns the Duel, Guns the Duel was a game that requires you to have enough skill to do what we call katana style, also known as K style. There are still lots and lots and lots of hours of what this skill looks like. For it, I'm going to play a video of highlights for you. And yes, the game really did look like that. It was really fucking bad.
beast, bro.
As my case example here with my demonstration shows. Whereas Fortnite needs you to learn how to build, Guns the Duel, a Korean, South Korean, designed video game, required you to learn how to exploit a particular movement bug in the system that created this unique gun-playing game style. If you could not do this, you could not compete. If you could not compete, you cannot win. Eventually, people begin to realize the problem. And for that, I think I can actually find a video of that, because I can actually find a video of people complaining about it. Lord have mercy. Google SEO is fucking dog shit. Okay. Let's use this from Daily Clips. Ninja explains why turbo building in the meta is ruining Fortnite for normal players.
Wow, you are annoying.
Okay, let's explain what's happening in this clip. What's happening in this clip is that Ninja is doing what's called bear crushing. The storm is to Ninja's back. Ninja has found and trapped a player between the storm wall and him. He is forcing them to build in such a position that he's trying to get open opportunity to break down their structures so that he can take away their cover and start opening up on them with shots. He cannot do so because the player is turbo building, meaning this person is either so good or is using a cheat, a mod, a hack, or some type of auto hotkey system to build so quickly that he is rebuilding the wall structure and the ceiling structure faster than Ninja can break it. When he threw his destructibles and he threw his consumables, he was able to bring it down, but he built the shit back that fucking quickly. Using the cover of the storm, the player is now building underneath and towards Ninja, using the thing as cover, thus breaking his line of sight and causing Ninja to have to now lock the fuck in to win this duel, because now both of them are in the storm, meaning both of them are going to start taking direct health damage. This is where most deals and most spreads can become hard. Let me increase the fucking frame rate, because for some reason it dipped all the way to 360, so you can see what's happening.
Another campfire, huh? Bro, dude, I'm sorry, man. At this point, it's almost like Epic needs matchmaking, dude. I don't see a Smitty Barstool winning a game in this meta. Maybe on PC. I don't know, man. This is just so nuts. This is every fight I'm getting double team, triple team, third party, launched on, built on, pyramided. Like that buff to the turbo update, man. Like the turbo build buff. So that you 100% can't get shot, basically, if you're building. It's like, good luck killing anyone, man. You need stink grenades, dynamite, clingers, explosives. I just always use Smitty because he's such a perfect example of, like, you know, the casual player. I'm sitting here with 2 kills because I literally can't get kills. Like, that guy would rather die to the storm. It's not just the meta, it's the people are just too sweaty. Like, everyone's getting so good at the game now.
So, just like how earlier at the beginning of the stream, I made fun of Shroud for complaining that a person is too shit. Here's an example where Ninja's complaining that people are now too good. This is what I've talked about when I talk about the MOBAs that I play, namely being Smite 2, Smite 1, and League of Legends, and a couple of others that have existed that I probably have not played on camera for a while, or ever at all. Where the skill level of the people that are already playing is so good that there is a high barometer that you have to be able to meet and beat in order to compete against them. So he's talking from the other side of the margin. Shroud's complaining that, oh my god, people are so dog shit. Ninja's complaining that, oh my god, the average player is too fucking good. Or they're just so fucking capped out that it's impossible for me to kill them because of how much has been given to them to be able to now do what the fuck they want to do. Let the clip continue playing.
Wow, that was the hardest 6-game kill I've ever had.
This was the world in which the context behind Fortnite existed. Instead of removing building entirely and thus destroying the entire design of Fortnite, what they did instead was involve a new game mode. And of course, never-ending collabs, never-ending emotes, never-ending skins. If you can name it in pop culture, it's probably in the fucking game. New areas, new modes, evolutions of the maps, removal of areas of the map, changes and transmogrifications of the map, extra designs, extra mechanics, but all of them are straight up, straightforward and simple. And then of course, the inclusion of no build. Instead of forcing players to have to now become good enough to compete by building, you make it now better where they have to only really worry about the first skill that matters, which is gunplay. Making it and basing it on gunplay instead of basing it on everything else now means that they can learn less mechanics. They don't have to worry about learning how to build like a fucking champion. Now they have to learn how to slice and pie. Gotta learn how to cut corners and learn the mechanics of all the weapons that are available. The recent update that was added was the Eminem Cove, the Eminem Cave, and the Eminem Minigun, based on his verse in Rap God. You know the one. By doing this, they elevated Fortnite to a zeitgeist in popular culture without needing to know the concept of the game. It was no longer a meme about where we're dropping. Now it's a meme about, oh my god, Peter Griffin is Willy hitting the Gwitty? And all the other fucking jokes that go along with it too. Hugo Hilaire. You know the one. The one who's popular for doing the... I can't even do it right. Fucking the sway dance. It's hard. It's an African dance. Pull it up for you really quick. This guy. His dance. All three of them are emotes. All three of them are emotes into the game. And then, of course, side content that came along with it. The side content of the emotes, the collaborations, the pop culture shit, even the cringe political shit. Even if you disagreed with it, even if it was dumb, you were still talking about Fortnite. That in and of itself is valuable in its own regard. And so, also along with Helldivers 2, Fortnite has earned the argument to talk and talk that shit. Because they actually earned the zeitgeist on shooters, unlike Call of Duty, that only gets it because Arcane, 343, and all the other companies that are owned by their developer have them in the fucking design lines. Constantly working on updates for the game, and constantly churning out the next fucking Black Ops SWAT, or Call of Duty slot. There's more arguments you can make about this with the release of the Modern Warfare update, or excuse me, the Modern Warfare remaster. But even then, they have just had the slot by existing. Fortnite and Epic Games, to their credit, I'll still talk shit about the Epic Games Store, but to their design and to their credit, they actually earned the right to say, we can talk that shit. Put this alongside Baldur's Gate 3 and it giving mod access. And put this alongside Final Fantasy XIV and the fact that they carved out a niche and proved themselves as the better MMO, beating out and truly killing WoW. Every single competitor in this tier actually deserves to be here. And yet now the question remains, who deserves to win? Who deserves to win? And I honestly could not tell you who really deserves to win the most. I would say in the case of Baldur's Gate 3, if you talk about the people who actually played the game and were completing challenges and farming honor mode, I don't know. I know that Fortnite is competing against Final Fantasy XIV for number 2. Helldivers 2 and No Man's Sky and Baldur's Gate 3 are having an all-out blood warfare to claim the top spot and any spot that comes underneath Fortnite. Because Fortnite is probably the strongest number 2 competitor for the reward slot. Hard lock-in. For community purposes, Helldivers 2 probably takes a number 1 slot. If you're talking about community support for actual multiplayer community, which is what I say community is, in my opinion. Because it at least actually does involve community. It actually does involve community. Everything else, harder to argue. Because it involves less about community and more about pop culture. I would say that Baldur's Gate 3 is a lot more popular in the pop culture position, excuse me, than it is just on the general crush. Because if you crush it all down to one thing, and you had to say what it did best, Baldur's Gate 3 was a good CRPG. A buggy CRPG, but it was still a good CRPG. Helldivers 2 is an actual serious community outreach, where I actively have to tell other players, no leaving behind Helldivers in my lobby. Everybody gets back on that ship, or we all die. Outside of cosplay, you cannot pay for a better experience than that. Because like most games that usually require it, you have to actually become good at Helldivers 2. You have to learn the system. The same way you had to learn the system in Fortnite. The same way you had to learn the system in No Man's Sky. And the same way you had to learn the system, your inputs, your combos, your buttons, and the content, and the lore of Final Fantasy XIV. But Final Fantasy XIV did one thing that was good, and that was not forcing you to make an alternate character. All the different jobs can be taken up by your character. You just have to be willing to play the storylines. And then, of course, push your way through the content, level up with the content, understand the world, digest the lore. So, you've got yourself the ability to play content on one account and experience so much to be offered. A game gives you a serious opportunity to play against literal different scenarios and outcomes and situations based on the zones that you like to frequent, based on an ever-changing world map that will always shrink the death circle, which forces you to engage in combat. A 4-man multiplayer experience where you have to learn how to adapt to that map the same way you would in Fortnite. But you have to do so now against a living bot, and you have to think about your loadouts and modify your loadouts to survive those challenges in this pseudo-extraction shooter. A sandbox survival game that has now met its true match as a survival game and has never stopped updating since. And one of the year's best single-player CRPG experiences that can be played multiplayer if you wish with people that you know as your friends, and fucking around in Act 1 for hours and hours and hours on it. If you ever make it out of Act 1, of course. I honestly could not tell you who the final stacks should be, but I do believe Helldivers 2, if it does not place top 1, probably would be the best proper win. As for what the audience will vote for, I think Helldivers 2 and Baldur's Gate 3 are going to compete in that category. But Fortnite has to be on this list for a hard select number 2, simply for the work that it's done in creating community outreach to get to the point where they can have that. Because, of course, in order for them to get all those emotes, they had to actually ask players. They had to look at culture and actually consume the culture to put it in. And the fact that they did that, how often do you see that happen? Moving on. Best ongoing. Number 1. The same thing what the guy said in the list. Why is Warframe not in here? Destiny 2's in here and Warframe's not in here. That's bizarre. Best ongoing. Why is Path of Exile 1 not in here? Because even though Fortnite does have a storyline, it should not be on here for best ongoing. It shouldn't. Path of Exile should be on here. But of course, like I said, none of the people who are in the gaming industry played Path of Exile. They never even got out of Act 1. They probably even never got past the first 10 levels of the level experience. What can I say about Destiny 2? I can't say shit about Destiny 2. I don't play it. I understand the people who do play it, and I know what they've said about it. It's the same thing you could say about Final Fantasy XIV. The story, the lore, the world building, the events, and the player involvement, and the community outreach. Shit, when Riddick died, everybody fucking cried. The fact that a voice actor played the game actively, and the last thing known is that he left his character logged in, and people started celebrating around his logged in character. That's community itself. On that alone, you could probably argue that it would be on here too. If nothing for that, it would be Baldur's Gate being here. But that's left to be said. There's an argument for Destiny 2. There's an argument for Final Fantasy XIV. There's an argument for Helldivers 2. And I guess there's an argument in the case of ongoing for Fortnite, but I don't think it should be here. Why the fuck is Diablo 4 here? Path of Exile is eating Diablo 4's lunch! Festival of Hatred is dog shit! But okay, alright. Who do I think wins this category? Honestly, Helldivers 2 is competing against Destiny 2. Heartsweet. It's one of these two. It should be one of these two, moving forward. Notice how many times we've seen Helldivers thus far. Games for Impact. Before I even talk about it, let us play a violin for our friends over at the Veilguard. All of that virtue signaling and you couldn't even get on the Games for Impact list. Being beaten out by Indica and Neva and Senua's Saga. Because you probably got pushed out of the list by Tales of Gonzaga. Alright. Lock in. Let's talk about what Games for Impact actually means. What does impact really mean? Can anyone in chat give me an actual serious paragraph or a sentence that explains what Games for Impact means to them? Bet you can't do it. I bet you can't do it. Because for the life of me, I cannot think about a game once where I've said, you know, I didn't necessarily care that much about the game's story, but man, they really earned the right to be able to talk about that. I can't think of one. I cannot think of one. I cannot think of one. Not one. Can't do it. Can't do it, dude. I can't do it. I can't do it. It's not real to me. It's not real to me. Not a single one. Not a single one. Is working, so she can. For me, when the games made a serious mechanical change that impacted the gaming industry. I also played ZOW. It didn't really impact me at all. This, I don't know what the hell this is. What they claim it is a thought-provoking game with a pro-social meaning or message. I don't think Games for Impact should be in that category, because really all this means is political proselytization. I don't care about the social message. Is the game good? And ironically enough, Double Exposure's on this list. So we're back again with the original game that started it all. We're back with a member of the fucking Sibling Brigade. Lord have mercy that we be finding ourselves back here again with Ashley Birch, of all people. But, games for impact. Double Exposure, Senua's Saga, Tales of Gonzaria, Closer the Distance, Indica. Never heard of Indica. Never heard of Closer the Distance. I have heard of Double Exposure because it's a AAA game. I have heard of Senua's Saga because I paid attention to Senua's Sacrifice for Hellblade 1. I've been talking about the story of Tales of Gonzaria, and I've already said that as a Metroidvania, it definitely deserves to be here because it doesn't play like some bullshit slop. It doesn't have a social message being shoved into the story first, and then having literally barely their gameplay to qualify as a game, like Dustborn. It's a real, true-blooded, serious fucking game. Exo Course probably gets the closest to what this actually means. Did you fulfill our diversity quota award, the award? In this category, not accounting for Neva, which again is a Devolver Digital game, which, oh my god, how many games in this list are going to be pushed by Devolver Digital and be a game that actually gets over the margin for those AAA entries? Of all the games that could be in this capacity, that could be in this position, if you want to talk about a game that had a pro-social meaning and message that still entertained you as a game, these games probably shouldn't be here. This is all industry picks. And yet if I had to choose, it probably is between these three. And who should win within all of these is the one, in my opinion, is the most of a game, which would automatically be Gonzaria. Because, of course, you can tell a story in your game and you can have a message in your game, but you still have to have a game first. And this is the most gamey of all of them. Senua's Saga was more of a visual experience than it was a video game. But, since they decided to make a sequel, you'd have to play this in order to figure it out. Because, of course, Senua was a VR game. And then I guess maybe they made a port that would work on consoles so you could experience the same eclectic. But I don't know. Still, I don't think any of these games should be on this list for games with impact, based on what gamers want. But based on the industry, this is all industry slop, more or less. But if I had to vote for something I would win, I would vote for Tales of Gonzaria. Moving on. Innovation and accessibility. This is one where I look at this and I say, what the fuck are you talking about? Because here we finally see Dragon Age the Veilguard. They get out on accessibility, but what does that actually mean? Recognizing software and or hardware that is pushing the medium forward by adding features, technology, and content to help games be played and enjoyed by an even wider audience. Garbage. Because what does that actually mean? Can't mean difficulty. It has to mean cheats. And if you're not going to call it what it is and call them cheats, where you give people infinite ammo, infinite health, or a journo mode that basically turns off all difficulty of the game, which in the case of Dragon Age the Veilguard, I do know that there are people that are not playing on the higher difficulties simply because the game is fucking boring. The fights are the same at each difficulty, so why increase the difficulty of the game? In this category, if you had to have one that would win, maybe you can say Diablo 4. If you wanted to squint your eyes really, really hard, Prince of Persia hits a close 2. Diablo 4 probably takes 1. Veilguard takes a 3rd slot, because ain't nobody giving a fuck about Star Wars Outlaws. And that's how that plays out, moving forward. Best performance. Nobody cares about this in this capacity. I said this the day that I looked at this. Because again, if you don't know anything about the industry, you don't know who the fuck these people are. This is just like the esports section. And the esport team section. You would have to play the games and hear the voices. And because these are all from games that are being put out here because they're industry darlings. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Double Exposure, Outlaws, Silent Hill 2, Senua's Saga. Unless you play the games, you have no fucking clue. Unless, of course, you're talking about motion action. But unfortunately, these are American picks. If we want to talk about real motion capture, there's a South Korean actress that should be on this list that basically does a lot of work with League of Legends and a lot of work with single-player video games, who is not on this list, including the other ones that were the body models for Stellar Blade that are not here. But if we had to pick one, I think the one that gets the most performance and should win this award is Melina Juergens. Because Senua's Sacrifice is a game where they effectively have to make the best use of their mocap. Unlike most games like that of the voice acting done in fucking Horizon Zero Dawn, or Horizon as a franchise, or any of the modern update voice swap games that have done this, or any of the other ones, especially, ironically, including fucking Dad of War. Senua's Saga is probably one that best gets the argument to justify having a reward and an award for mocap. If they had done this the year before and they had included anybody from, years back, for like the last 5 years. If you were to go far back enough to do this for ones that involve things like the mocap for Devil May Cry 5, you could make a very big argument that Devil May Cry 5 would simply sweep based on how well they made use of the mocap. Because technically Devil May Cry would sweep that category no matter what, because they've always done that ever since the mocap with Devil May Cry. I'd argue 2, 3 if you want to be serious, especially in the case of Ruben Langdon, but they've been doing it the entire time for the franchise, so they would just automatically win. But, you know, it's a gimme category. It's definitely a category that most gamers literally have no fucking clue about, because how many gamers pay attention to the voice actors? They don't care about the voice actors personally, they care about their performances. Anyways, audio design. Another one where I say to myself, why the fuck isn't Crab's Treasure on this list? But if you had to pick one, probably Astrobot. It doesn't even need to be explained. It doesn't even need to be explained. Now, if you want to go for audio design in the sense of the thing that had the best build over, maybe Silent Hill 2. And then if you wanted to argue for the same reasons that people had voted for Senua's Blade, then Hellblade 2. But full sweep, it would be Astrobot. Moving forward. Best score in music. Again, Astrobot. Not even hard. Now, if you try to go for music alone, I bet there's a lot more music in Metaphor, and there's a lot more music in Stellar Blade that hits. But again, of course, it is what it is. Because in my opinion, it should be based on original works in the score. Nothing licensed for soundtrack. That's my opinion, of course. Moving forward. Art direction. This one is actually where you start having a bit of a toss-up. Because now, again, Black Myth Wukong is competing against Astrobot. And Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, is competing against Metaphor, as well as Neva. I need to pee. 1 second. Okay. So, as I was saying, art direction goes a very interesting place. Neva, based on its indie developer art appearance is deserving of this category. All of the competitors in this category are deserving of this category. But they're deserving of being in this category for very specifically different achievements in their artistic design and their animations. The weakest of this is actually Astrobot. The strongest of this is Black Myth Wukong, simply for the style in which it chooses to bring the story to life. Everything else, they all deserve their position for the particular type of art style that they're going for, with the most obvious one being the most anime, being Metaphor. Off of that, which one should win is based on what your appeal is. If you like the simplistic, minimalist design, you're probably going to like the clean, sleek style of Astrobot. If you like the gritty design, you're going to be competing against Elden Ring and Black Myth, for different reasons. If you like the anime design, you're going Metaphor. And if you want something that basically is not any of those, and is specifically its own style in a indie capacity, you're going to go Neva. This one is a toss-up. Personally, I do not care who wins this category. However, if you wanted to go simply by appearance and appeal, Metaphor probably would win. Maybe, depending on how you view things. Moving forward. Narrative. If what we're talking about is storytelling and narrative, and this is what you want to say should be a thing in the game, this is where Senua's Saga and Silent Hill 2 are going to compete against each other. Really hard. Like, really hard. They're going to compete against each other really fucking hard. From there, you're left with a couple of options. Silent Hill 2 probably wins simply for bringing Silent Hill's game design into modern updates. Senua's Saga wins for the same reason for why Hellblade even exists, which was narrative development. Metaphor Reinvenzino probably can win simply for the type of design that it has as a new up-and-comer from Studio Zero with help from Atlas and Sega. I do not look for Infinite Wealth, and I do not look for Rebirth, because I do not legitimize the bait and switch that Rebirth is. My strongest vote for this would be Hellblade. Most of the gaming press would probably vote for Hellblade or Silent Hill 2. Gamers could vote for Reinvenzino. They would probably also vote for Silent Hill 2. Now, moving on. Game direction. Here we have 4 of the GOTA competitors. Actually, 5. No, actually all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think this is all of them. You have multiple GOTA competitors inside of game direction, especially for Creative Vision. In my opinion, again, Balatro should win this. Clean sweep. Simply for its innovation of game direction and design and how it keeps you engaged in the process of playing the game. Not even hard. From there, this really, again, now depends on your appeal of art style. It really does. If you like the appeal of the modern AAA, then this is Black Myth, this is Elden Ring. If you like the indie or the anime, you're probably going to go Metaphor. If you're a stickler for updated designs of characters brought up to an updated style, you're going to go FF7. And if you care about the more simplistic minimalist, you care about Astrobot. In my opinion, this should be Balatro on a clean sweep. And then, this now brings us back to Game of the Year. Based on all the things I've already said about all the competitors that could have been in any particular game, let's read what the subsection says. Recognizing a game that delivers the absolute best experience across all creative and technical fields. Can we really say that Final Fantasy VII does that, based on where and what was suggested in other categories? No. Hell no. You can make an argument for Metaphor. Can we say this about Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, as a DLC release? I don't know. I'm leaning on no. But the final answer would probably be a unsure maybe. Can we say this about Black Myth Wukong? Yes. Can we say this about Balatro? Very much yes. Can we say this about Astrobot? Very much yes. ultimately, whoever wins Game of the Year, it's going to be seen as though, if it's not Balatro, that gamers win no matter what. But really, the industry would probably push Black Myth. Simply because of how IGN and Rebecca Valentine not only tried to play this game up as a fucking joke, but got it wrong, and then they finally turned when they saw that support was not in favor of them going down the Chuds route, and they finally said, oh my god, this game is so good. They'd probably push Black Myth. They might also do the same thing with Elden Ring, for the same reasons. The weakest on this list is 7. The second weakest is Metaphor. All the first 4 in this category are strong competitors. But it is with my serious opinion that Balatro has to take the sweep for this top spot. For all the other categories it's placed in, I think it should sweep, period. But on Game of the Year, Balatro should win. Balatro itself should win. And that's what I think about the Game Awards in terms of the noms. Next stream, we'll talk about whether or not those nominations in their own categories are relevant, and we'll be looking at the opinions that people give about why, but those videos, they are not out yet. Or at least people haven't made their calls about it. The event's not close enough to be released, so we haven't seen them yet. If you find them, please post them inside of Printing Press Express, either inside the gaming category or in its own separate category that I'll make right now for nominations for the Game Award. In here, all of the content that I expect to see for the Game Award noms, I would be breaking down, and we will be breaking down as an audience for Versus Chat. Because I expect to be able to put together a full show based around the game noms themselves. Because the game nominations and breaking down their opinions from other people themselves will be a talking point and be a content thread of its own variety. Because I expect there to be plenty. But those are my picks. Those are my picks for the year. Those are my picks for the event as a whole. Now we have ran over 15 minutes past 5. So we will be tuning out now and moving on to the gaming section of the stream. And I have to go make dinner. But I will come back within 5 minutes. Thank you for those of you who have chosen to come with us and join us here on yet another Carl at Home. I have been Carl. This is my home. You are my audience. I will see you all again at a later date. Later on this week, I need to talk to Horror and find out when she has time, when she's not at work. But we will be finishing the Pokemon Takes video. Oh god, is it going to fucking hurt? But we're going to finish that video, by god. And then, from there, we will be looking forward towards the updates coming in soon. As we approach Thanksgiving, for the December release of Path of Exile 2. Because the release has been made concurrent, they have released the number on the supporter packs. The supporter packs will be $30. More than likely, I can scratch up $30. So if you would like to be able to pay for your content, consider sending your donations directly into my pocket at any of the direct methods. Either by Ko-fi or by direct payment through YouTube. Probably Ko-fi if you want it to come to me the most immediate. Support for both watching the show, talking about the show, and supporting the stream, as well as the channel, is appreciated on all sources. I appreciate all of you that are watching me live on all 3 platforms in which I am broadcasting to. I am Carl, and I will be seeing you all next time. Hugs and kisses. Mwah, 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 la la la, ah. And I'm gonna see y'all in 5 minutes. Goodbye, chat. Oh!